The world that the hero lived in was far from normal. It was fractured, torn open by gates that shattered the boundaries of reality and unleashed monsters into the streets and forests. These beasts roamed with hunger and violence, leaving humanity no choice but to fight. And so he fought. Day by day, month after month, year after year, for 10 long years he survived. Every passing moment was consumed by struggle. Yet through it all, with only a single sword in hand, he learned to cut down any monster that dared to challenge him. Fear had long since left him. The dread that once haunted his every breath had vanished over time. But change came unexpectedly. The mastermind behind all the chaos finally revealed himself. This powerful being confronted the hero, delivering a chilling truth. The world he had fought so fiercely to protect had already fallen. The creature mocked his efforts, calling it a waste of talent. It urged him to abandon everything and become its sword instead. But the hero refused. There was no hesitation, no second thought. He laughed in defiance and launched an attack directly at the creature. His blade struck its massive fingers, but the blow did nothing. The monster remained completely unaffected. Then, without warning, the beast countered. One punch was all it took. The impact sent him flying, overwhelmed and helpless. The monster's voice dripped with mockery. It declared that no matter how much he struggled, he would always be nothing more than an insect. Still, he didn't give up. He rose again, charged forward, and attacked with everything he had. The result didn't change. Another blow hurled him into the ground. As he lay there, something caught his eye. A pendant hung from the monster's chest. Instinct told him it was important. With all the strength he had left, he threw his sword at the pendant. The blade struck perfectly, and a hole blasted open in the monster's chest. The beast roared in fury, calling him a bastard as pain rippled through its body. After the clash, the hero lay still, looking up at the sky. Despite the chaos and the pain, the view above was stunning. The scene shifts to another place, where we see that another boy walked toward the Namsen gate. Upon reaching it, he was instructed to register his number and scan his unique identification. The staff reminded him that civilians without proper hero status couldn't enter. But he didn't follow the rules. He simply kicked the gate open and walked in, catching everyone's attention as an unregistered hero who had forced his way through. Nearby, a group emerged from the forest. One of them called out to the boy, saying they had lost something and were just about to leave. They casually invited him to join them. A girl in the group took a closer look at him. Something felt off. His clothes didn't match what a typical hunter would wear. Though she knew hunters wore all sorts of gear nowadays, his outfit and baggage felt strange. She wondered if he had made a mistake and thought he was part of the hero squad. The others started talking. One of them said he had already mentioned that this guy was new. Their leader finally spoke. He said he had seen many people like him before. He understood what newcomers often believed after watching hunting videos or reading about gates online. But things weren't that simple. Becoming a hunter required going through proper channels, licensing, training, and passing strict tests. If the boy wanted to start, he would have to begin at the very bottom, F rank, and work his way up. The boy, on the other hand, understood the meaning behind their words but didn't feel grateful. That annoyed some of them. One bald man reacted angrily, unable to hold back. Another, younger one, asked not to be stopped this time, hopping for a chance. The team leader continued, making it clear that if someone ignored sincere advice, they would eventually have to face the reality for themselves. He explained that the gates were nothing like the fantasies people imagined. They were brutal, violent, and unforgiving places. Just then an orc appeared before them. It charged forward with menace. But without saying a word, the boy calmly placed his baggage on the ground and muttered to himself that it had been 10 years. Then, with a single punch, he obliterated the orc's head. The blow was powerful and swift, scattering the creature's remains in an instant. It was then that we come to know that the mysterious boy was actually the hero we talked about previously, and as the silence returned and dust settled, he whispered softly. To him, nothing had changed at all. We come to know that the hero had gone in the past and had reincarnated in a body of a boy named Dajan. Dajan gripped the sword in his hands tightly, the weight of it familiar after years of wielding such weapons. From the body of the fallen beast, he extracted a low-grade magic stone. He examined it briefly, recalling a time in the past when he wouldn't have even glanced at something of such poor quality. Back then, stones like this would have been considered grime, worthless, and beneath notice. Suddenly, voices echoed from behind him. Several tones, distinct and alert, came from a group approaching from the rear. One of the flames from his earlier attack still lingered in the air. Without hesitation and still holding the mana stone, he responded to the threat. In an instant, he killed one of them. The bag he carried had served its purpose, so he threw it aside without a second thought. As the old team began to move away, some of the girls within the group couldn't help but speak up. One of them commented on that rude guy from earlier, wondering aloud if he might really end up dead. Another girl questioned if she was actually worried about him. The leader stepped in to provide clarity. He stated that if the boy was an intruder, then by now, agents from the control center would have been dispatched. After all, this was a Namsen gate, a high-ranking gate labeled a rank. As such, elite agents of rank B or higher would be sent in response. The leader assured them that as long as the boy didn't lose his mind and recklessly charge into hordes of monsters, he wouldn't die. There was no need for concern. The bald man agreed, saying the leader was right. He imagined the boy must be shaking with fear right now, just standing still and waiting for the agents to come save him. He repeated that idea, convinced the arrogant punk they had encountered earlier would surely be trembling, unable to act. But the reality was quite the opposite. While they believed he was frozen in fear, it was the troll in front of Dajun who was shaking. Without hesitation, Dajun punched the troll squarely in the face, the blow echoing with raw force. Another troll lunged at him, trying to strike, but Dajun dodged the attack swiftly. He retreated a short distance, then jumped, using that momentum to propel himself upward. He landed atop the troll and delivered a brutal leg strike, finishing it off with crushing power. After the dust settled, he noted to himself that 3 more magic stones had been added to his collection. He assessed his total haul so far, 12 low-grade stones and 6 blue tier-mid-grade stones. It wasn't the most impressive harvest, he admitted to himself. Still, he continued on. He looked back. Standing behind him now were agents from the gate control center. They had arrived and promptly announced themselves. They requested he show his hero registration ID. If he was unregistered, they informed him he would need to accompany them to the control center for proper documentation. The voice representing the gate control center repeated the request, asking him to comply with their instructions. Dajun, already annoyed, thought to himself about how irritating the situation was. He didn't speak his frustration aloud, but the irritation was clear in his expression. The lead agent then instructed his subordinate to prepare the restraints. He added a formal request for Dajun's cooperation. If he refused, they would be permitted to use physical force. Another warning followed. Any injury resulting from resistance, the agent explained, would be entirely Dajun's responsibility. The best solution, the agent said, would be to resolve the issue calmly at the control center. Dajun reached out and grabbed the agent's hand. Instantly, the agent's confidence evaporated. He was struck by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Dajun, a force far beyond what he expected. The agent froze in terror. Dajun gave a brief warning, "Don't bother him, just leave." The other 2 agents prepared to launch an attack in response. But Dajun stayed calm. He evaluated them and considered their strength. A rank 4 magic seed, he thought, might work on ordinary monsters like orcs. But this situation was different. He looked directly at the agents and gave one final warning. If they didn't want to get hurt, they should leave now. Dajun moved without hesitation. The attacks that came his way were stopped effortlessly. With just a single sweep of his cape, he sent one opponent flying. Another came at him, but that one too was knocked away with ease. He turned his head slightly and in an instant disappeared from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared right in front of the agent and drove a punch straight into his stomach. The agent groaned, caught off guard, but managed to speak. He said that registered heroes didn't typically face any problems unless they committed particularly illegal acts inside the gate. Dajun asked what the rules were about rift zones. The agent faltered, visibly disturbed by the question. He thought about passages opening up all over the world, zones of chaos and danger. Monsters emerged from them, and from these hunts, byproducts like magic stones were harvested and converted into new forms of energy. The government kept strict control over such areas. Places fully under surveillance were labeled as gates. But the unknown, uncontrolled passages, those were called rift zones. Dajan asked again. No matter which gate he entered, would the authorities always come for him, accusing him of trespassing or worse? The agent confirmed this. If an unregistered hero entered a gate without authorization, the control center would be automatically alerted. Agents on standby near the scene would be dispatched immediately. He added that rift zones weren't easy to access, and even in such unstable airspace, the association would not simply sit back. Dajan shrugged, unconcerned. The agent looked at him with fear. He thought to himself that this boy must be insane. He cursed inwardly, regretting that he hadn't reported the incident to headquarters from the start. But as he turned to run, Dajan grabbed him by the face and threw him aside. He dismissed the man as nothing more than a nobody. Another agent stepped forward, angered. He shouted that next time he'd definitely kill Dajan. But the scene shifted to another flashback. The monster that Dajan had previously killed still lay where it fell. Its necklace, once whole, was now shattered. Dajan reflected on what had happened. He remembered the voice that had screamed so close to his ears before everything went dark. It had felt like his consciousness was being pulled into another realm. That sensation, he could only describe it as death. But just then, he opened his eyes. Standing before him was a boy. The boy asked who he was. Dajan replied with his name. The other soul said he was dying, and if his final request was granted, he would disappear quietly. Dajan refused. The dying man explained that he no longer had any attachment to life. After fighting for 10 years, he had been betrayed by a comrade he had once trusted. His country had been destroyed. His friends were dead. His family, too. Despite struggling and surviving for so long, he had faced hunger and despair. And he guessed Dajan knew that feeling as well. Dajan answered that even if his life was miserable, he didn't want the same for his remaining grandmother and Yang. They deserved better. The soul paused, then asked for one thing. What did Dajan want? Dajan responded with a wish. The narration shifted to the cityscape of Seoul, specifically to the area now known as the Hero Complex. The region, once filled with tech and digital companies, was now dominated by exchanges dealing in gate byproducts. Dajan walked the streets, glancing at shop signs and wondering which place to enter. He made his way into one and was greeted by a cashier. He stated that he wanted to sell some mana stones. The cashier welcomed him, boasting they had the best rates not only in Seoul but in all of Korea. Dajan pulled out a bag full of mana stones and emptied it onto the table. The cashier stared at the bloody stones, silently thinking they could have at least been cleaned. Nonetheless, the cashier commented on the large quantity and began sorting through them. While doing so, he offered Dajan a cup of coffee while he waited. Dajan agreed. Once sorted, the cashier gave the assessment. 12 low-grade mana stones, 16 mid-low-grade, and 5 high-low-grade ones. He reminded Dajan that the commission was 40% of the purchase price and hoped he was aware of that. After a moment of calculation, he told Dajan that his total payout would be 5.46 million won. Dajan objected. He had done all the hunting and all the store did was buy the goods, yet they wanted 40% of the cut. The cashier was unfazed. He explained that Dajan clearly didn't understand how things worked. In fact, they usually charged 45%, but this time they were offering him a better deal. If he didn't like it, he could take the stones elsewhere. But he likely wouldn't get a better price. Dajan responded that he would do just that. He began collecting his mana stones back into the bag, but the cashier stopped him. He reminded Dajan that sorting wasn't free. There was a sorting fee of 300,000 won plus 10 won for the coffee. Since they had to use an expensive towel to wipe off the blood, and now couldn't use it anymore, he owed an additional 50,000 won for the towel. In total, the cashier demanded 350,000 won. Dajan said he didn't have the money. If they wanted it, they could try to take it by force. The cashier warned him. He said that they had some C-rank heroes supporting them. These weren't weaklings. Just then, the heroes entered the shop. One of them asked what was going on and whether someone was causing trouble again. Then they saw each other. The boy began by tearing through the C-rank mercenaries who posed as heroes. All 3 of them were beaten down without much effort. After the last one fell, he stepped up to the cashier calmly. He told him the commission would now be 1%. It was best to keep things smooth from now on. He promised he would return again. Back at home, he handed all the money he earned to an elderly woman and a young girl. The grandmother looked at the bundle and asked what all that money was. The boy explained that some time ago, he had lent money to a friend starting a business, and that business had turned into a massive success. The grandmother asked if he truly had such a friend. He replied that back where he grew up, there had been a friend he hung around with. She responded that, of course, she remembered that place. The young girl turned to him, eyes bright, asking if they were rich now. He nodded and said yes, from now on, things would be different. She laughed and danced around the room, excitedly repeating that they were becoming rich. He fell into thought, remembering a time in the past. The real Dajin had once spoken to himself, saying he hoped Grandma and Yang would be able to live in a house safer than anywhere else. Then, without even waiting for a reply, he had vanished. When the hero's soul that replaced him awoke, he had become Dajin. The safest house in Korea at the current market price cost 110 billion won. There was no obligation for him to fulfill such a one-sided promise. But he thought that if his strength returned even a little, that amount of money would mean nothing. To him, rifts, gates, and monsters were all weaker than what he had known in his own world. Compared to his past battles as a sword god, this world felt like child's play. Yet not even 10% of his full strength had returned to him. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling out. It asked if he was there. He stood up and told them he would go check. They should stay inside. Outside, he was met by a group of gangsters. They greeted him with mocking words, reminding him about repaying borrowed money. They demanded to know if he realized how much he owed now. The sum had grown to 48 million won. He quickly realized who they were. The loan sharks the real Dajin had borrowed money from before dying. The 5 million won once borrowed to pay for Grandma's hospital bills had now multiplied tenfold in an extremely short time. The biggest of the group stepped forward, smirking. He claimed they knew Dajin had made money through a gate recently and demanded he hand over every last one. Another, a shorter thug, said they were only taking what was due according to the contract and told him not to feel wronged. Before the words could fully leave the man's mouth, a punch landed square on the big guy's face. It was him. He had struck the gangster without hesitation. The small guy stumbled back, shocked. He stammered, offering apologies. He calmly explained that he had already repaid over 9 million won. If anyone should be owed money, it was him. The lone shark, trembling in fear, asked if he was really Dajin. He gave him a sharp look and told him to pass along a message to their boss. He would be paying him a visit soon. Then, without a hint of mercy, he punched the small guy too. Later, with his half-sister, he visited a teddy shop. Yang asked if she could buy some teddies and a new doll. He smiled and told her she could buy anything she wanted. They had already bought clothes, so now it was time to get what she liked. As he watched her, thoughts stirred within him. The more memories he shared with this life, the more something inside him changed. There were emotions growing in his heart. For now, it was just compassion, but he could feel it building. Dajin had been kind. Even toward Yang, his half-sister, there had been warmth. He decided that at the very least he would protect that part of Dajin's heart. She pointed at a ragged doll and asked if she could have it. Instead, he handed her a large, brand new one and reminded her that she could choose anything she liked. Her face lit up, and she beamed with joy. They ate out at a small restaurant. Just as they were finishing, a woman approached them. She looked surprised and wondered aloud if it was really Dajin she was seeing. She looked him up and down, nodding that he didn't seem to be dressed well. She added that he didn't look like much and then asked who was next to him. With sharp words, she accused him of causing trouble, just like his mother. The girl turned to him and quietly asked who that lady was. The woman stared at the girl and asked for her name. The girl quietly answered that her name was Yang. The woman sneered and mocked her, saying she must be from that family. She looked her over with distaste and criticized the clothes she wore, saying she looked just like her mother. Then she turned her attention to the boy and mocked his silence, asking if he had nothing to say. She leaned in cruelly, calling the girl a rat and asking if she even knew what the word whore meant. Just then he stood up and responded coldly, calling the woman an ugly wretch who looked like an orc. She was stunned by his reaction. His thoughts drifted back to his past. He had been born out of wedlock and raised in poverty. At the age of 7, after his mother died, he was finally taken in by his biological father. But that life offered little comfort. For more than a decade, he suffered discrimination, scorn, and neglect. When the legal wife gave birth to a son, he was pushed aside again. He was eventually thrown out and forced to live with a maternal grandmother and a half, sibling he had never known. What kind of pain must he have endured through all of that? He thought to himself that things would be different now. He addressed the woman again, reminding her that they had lived together for 12 years. Yet, despite all that time, she still looked at him with disgust. He told her that her fake personality, her face, even her dull mind, all of it was hopeless. The bodyguards nearby were frozen in shock by his boldness. The boy didn't stop. He accused her of being jealous of girls who were kinder or more beautiful than her. He said she was consumed by an inferiority complex and, in truth, no better in any way than this young girl, who at least cared about her brother. Well-being. Furious, the girl snapped at him, demanding to know what he had just said. But before things escalated further, another woman arrived. The girl immediately ran to her and started complaining. She told her what he had said, angry and upset. But the woman simply told her to stay out of it and called her behavior uncultured. Turning her attention to him, she asked if he had been doing well. She added that even if he had been busy, it would have been nice if he came home once in a while. His thoughts turned cold. He remembered how this woman had tormented him for 12 years more than anyone else. She tried to continue, saying that his father worried about him deeply. But he shut her down. He said that their relationship was not one where they asked about each other's well-being. He told her to get lost. Even she was taken aback by his words. She wondered if this was really the same Dojin she used to know, the boy who used to bow his head in silence even when slapped without reason. The girl ran after her mother, calling out for her to wait. He turned and told why, young it was time to go. She agreed, and they walked away. In his mind, he said farewell to the version of himself who used to stay silent while being mistreated. He warned them that it would be in their best interest to realize he was no longer that person. Meanwhile, in the car, the fat girl complained to her mother. She couldn't understand why they just left without doing anything. She argued that they should have crushed him right there and repeated what he had said to her. But then her mother turned serious and asked the driver why Dojin was still alive. The driver spoke up, explaining that, according to the report, the man with him had left him inside a rift zone. The woman repeated her question. Why was that bastard who should have died still breathing? The driver apologized and promised to investigate further. Her daughter was confused and horrified. She asked her mother what she meant. Had she really tried to kill him? But the mother wanted to know if the girl still had feelings for him. The girl immediately denied it and told the lady it wasn't what she thought. But the girl warned her that if their grandfather or father ever found out, things could become dangerous. Without waiting for more questions, the mother silenced her daughter. She said that this was something she, as the mother, would handle and told the girl to stay out of it. Then, deep in her thoughts, she cursed at him, calling him a low-born bastard, and vowed that no matter what, she would make him disappear. 10 years ago, the rift zones began to appear. From within them, monsters surged into the world, slaughtering people without mercy. Global chaos followed, a wave of destruction spreading rapidly. But then came the heroes, individuals capable of resisting the monstrous tide. With their emergence, the panic began to ease. From the slain monsters came magical stones. These stones quickly replaced conventional energy sources, powering the world in ways no one had imagined before. Nations around the globe shifted their focus, converting the unstable rift zones into regulated gates. Society evolved, and soon every major industry was centered around gates and heroes. To survive, to thrive, to make money, becoming a hero was now essential. In the bustling district of Yongdyungpo, inside the headquarters of HCS Capital, a confrontation unfolded. Dojin stood tall and unyielding as the boss demanded to know who he was. Behind the boss stood 2 of his men, bruised and defeated. The boss growled, asking how he dared show his face there after wrecking his crew. The boy replied calmly, stating that the more he thought about it, the more he realized he had taken a loss. Confused, the boss asked what he meant. He explained that he deserved compensation, both physical and material, for all the damage caused. The boss watched him closely, sensing something had changed. His demeanor was sharper, more confident. This wasn't the same person they once knew. He speculated that maybe the gate had awakened him, given him new power. The boss scoffed and said that people like him, arrogant pricks who bragged about awakening, always met the same fate. He gestured toward 3 new arrivals, reminding him that they too had awakened but ended up as nothing more than D-rank trash. He warned that he had plenty of D-rank thugs under his command, people who wouldn't even let him speak. 5 men stepped forward, surrounding him. Undeterred, he told them all to sit down. He wasn't finished talking. One of the underlings barked back, trying to put him in his place. But before the man could finish speaking, he removed his spectacles and landed a punch straight to the underling's face, knocking him out cold. Just then Dronzer turned to the others and stated that he knew their operation extended beyond loan sharking. They were forging hero IDs too. If he was going to start making real money, he needed a clean ID, one that wouldn't cause trouble down the line. He made it clear. Bring him a flawless ID by tomorrow. No excuses. The boss and his crew stared in stunned silence. They couldn't comprehend what kind of strength they had just witnessed. This wasn't a D-rank fighter. Maybe not even see he could be a B rank or more. Overwhelmed and realizing the stakes, the boss agreed. Before leaving, the boy brought up one more thing. He asked if Hong Hiju had been the one who gave the order to kill him. A shadow of the past crossed his mind. Still, the boss didn't answer immediately. Pressed again, he finally gave in. He admitted that, yes, it had been that woman. She said she hoped he'd be buried in debt and driven to suicide. The boss begged for mercy, but Dronzer remained silent, thinking over the words. So that was the reason. Suicide, she had hoped he'd lose everything and end his own life. He asked again about being trapped in the gate. The boss denied any involvement. He insisted that he didn't know anything about it. Why would he send someone to their death if he was still owed money? It made no sense, he claimed. But the truth settled in. He knew now this was the man who had dragged him into the gate, the one responsible for everything. He gave one final order: bring every bit of information they had on him by tomorrow. The boss nodded desperately, agreeing to everything. He turned and walked out, his thoughts filled with a quiet determination. He remembered the last wish of the one who came before him, a desire to see his grandmother and sister live in a home safer than any other. That wish burned in his mind. Without someone like him to fulfill it, it would have died unspoken. And so he vowed silently. While he was at it, he would do more than just survive. By the next day, Dronzer had obtained his hunter's license. Officially, he was now recognized as a B-rank adventurer, or hero. At the entrance of the gate, he scanned the license card through the machine. A robotic voice echoed, confirming the hero registration card had been verified. The system warned that his level was below the recommended grade and urged him to proceed cautiously and think carefully before entering. He muttered to himself that the agency should have just raised it to an A rank instead. Yet the automated warning continued to repeat that the level was below the recommended grade. The gate he stood before was known as the Poison Gate, classified as a B-grade dungeon. Entry was not permitted unless there were at least 2 people in a group. However, this one was a special kind. It was a degraded gate from the class classification. Soloing such a gate was incredibly difficult due to the powerful monsters inside. Worse yet, the tunnel structure of the gate only allowed solo entry. That meant unless a person was at least a rank, clearing the gate was practically impossible. But sometimes luck didn't matter. He told himself that if one was truly unfortunate, they'd end up facing hundreds of monsters alone in a pitch-black, narrow tunnel. He looked into the dark passage ahead and said that he was starting to like it. A monster appeared in front of him, and he swiftly killed it. From its corpse, he extracted a Mara stone. As the creature fell, he identified it as a black-fang snake, a venomous beast known for its paralyzing poison, which could affect even with a mere graze. The gloves he wore were stained with a bit of the toxin, but he wasn't concerned. He casually remarked that killing it earned him 300,000 won. As he looked behind, he saw more snakes emerging. Without hesitation, he killed them all one by one. After clearing out the mess, he began searching the bodies for magic stones. But none of the snakes had dropped one. He thought to himself that if this place was anything like his previous world, the drop rate for magic stones from black fang snakes was less than 3%. It looked like he would need to kill a few hundred more to get results. Pressing deeper into the dangerous dungeon, he finally encountered the boss of the gate, a massive snake, far larger than any of the others. He was relieved, saying it was convenient that the path ended here. He decided to finish things quickly and return. However, he noticed his attacks weren't landing properly. The snake's body was covered in tough armor, rendering his punches ineffective. Suddenly, the snake's tail whipped around and struck him hard. He stumbled, got back up, and prepared for another round. As he attacked again, he realized this creature was on a completely different level compared to the ones he had fought earlier. Its skin was so durable that physical strikes were doing little to no damage. Frustrated, he thought that if only he had regained his former strength, something like this would be no challenge at all. That's when his eyes caught sight of an old sword lying nearby. Though it looked worn, he acknowledged he had no other choice. He picked it up, thinking that even a worn-out sword could be deadly in the hands of the right wielder. He decided to borrow the weapon for a bit and dashed toward the snake to attack. Dajun considered it an honor for the beast to be slain by his hand. Gripping the sword tightly, he struck once. The blade cleaved through the massive creature, killing it instantly. However, the sword shattered in the process. He admitted to himself that if he hadn't caught it just in time, the situation could have turned into a disaster. Examining the snake's remains, he noticed its sharp tooth. He picked it up and concluded that although it was short for a proper sword, with a little sharpening, it could prove useful. He even remarked that the creature's meat might taste better than Naman, which brought him a small sense of relief. Eventually, he exited the gate, looking weary. The boy remarked how surprising it was that even a lowly B-rank gate could take up so much of his time. Restoring his strength now stood as his top priority. He chuckled to himself, hoping that his old combat acquaintances hadn't seen him in this weakened state. The scene shifted to the shop where Dajun had recently sold his mana stones. At that moment, another customer stood at the counter, trying to sell their own collection. The cashier remarked on the quantity, noting the customer had gathered quite a lot. He reminded him that the commission would be 40%, as usual. The customer objected, saying the commission seemed too expensive. The cashier explained that their rate was actually the cheapest available. He pointed out that the basic commission at gate centers was already 5%, and unlike them, this shop didn't leave transaction records. That meant the customer wouldn't have to pay any taxes. With all that in mind, he insisted the deal was still in the customer's favor, offering a clean, profitable transaction. The customer then asked about the cashier's injuries, particularly his swollen eye. The cashier sighed and said not to ask. It was the result of a crazy bastard who had shown up and beaten their guards senseless, even attacking him. The customer commented that relying on guards too much could be dangerous. He believed that hearing guards based on scale, not rank, was more important. He argued that ranks were mostly for civil servants' convenience and didn't reflect real skill. There was a big difference between a freshly licensed guard and a seasoned hero, who risked their life hunting monsters. While the cashier silently wished the guy would stop lecturing, the customer added that they weren't strangers anymore. They'd known each other for a day or two. He told the cashier to call him if he ever needed help. Just then, he walked into the shop, catching the cashier's attention. The cashier immediately recognized him as the one who had injured him and pointed him out. The customer turned to look and commented on his tall figure and good-looking face. He asked whether this was the one who caused the recent disturbance. He questioned how someone who called themselves a hero could assault an innocent person, reminding him that heroes weren't supposed to lay a hand on civilians. The cashier began to worry. That customer was a 7-year veteran hero with many connections among senior and junior hunters. Getting on his bad side could cause serious trouble, but the man simply told him to mind his own business and get lost. Both the customer and cashier were shocked by how casually the response came. The customer, frustrated, asked if he planned to get revenge for the earlier incident. He insulted him and then paused, remembering that the #1 cause of death for heroes besides monsters was accidental disputes with fellow heroes. His 7 years of experience triggered his instincts. He backed off, saying they'd meet again, and walked away. Meanwhile, he approached the counter with his bag of mana stones. The cashier, still nervous, asked him to place the bag on the scale. When he did, the cashier's eyes widened. They were high-grade mana stones, far superior to what they usually received. He couldn't help but wonder about this man's true identity. The system calculated the total, 150 million won. He quietly thought about how exhausting the day had been and that this amount felt lacking. He extended his hand and demanded the full 150 million. The cashier corrected him, reminding him that the shop took a commission. He stared back with a lazy gaze, prompting the cashier to question if he had said something wrong. He finally responded, saying that the commission would be just 1%, making it 148.5 million. The cashier lost his temper and shouted, insisting that the commission was 40%. He muttered angrily, recalling past experiences, but then pointed out that any transaction over 100 million won required approval from a superior. Dronzer told him to get that approval right now. The cashier reluctantly called his boss and explained the situation. As he was still on the line, the man grabbed the phone from his hand and addressed the boss directly. He told him to give the money. The boss responded that he understood and asked to speak with his employee again. Instead, he threw the phone against the wall, but it didn't break. He repeated the boss's words and demanded the money. The cashier obeyed and brought out the full amount in paper bags. He commented dryly that they should have a cool deal next time, too. The cashier thought bitterly about that phrase. Since when was a deal cool for only one side? 10 minutes later, the boss arrived, frustrated. He asked why the cashier hadn't answered the phone and demanded an explanation for the earlier call. But the cashier had reached his limit. He announced he was quitting and said he couldn't take it anymore. As the boss stood there, still on a call, the cashier saw him speaking into the phone. The boss was asking someone named Julian to come over. Moments later, a beautiful woman entered the shop. The boss welcomed her warmly. The manager addressed her directly, and she confirmed her name was Julian. The cashier immediately recognized her. She was a fourth-rank hero, Julian. He vaguely recalled that she was the boss's niece, but he couldn't figure out why she had come. She simply said her uncle had called her. Apparently, he was dealing with a headache involving a hero interfering with the mana stone transactions. She added that she didn't yet know the full details. The scene shifted to Dronzer's house, where he sat in quiet meditation. He reflected on the harsh reality. Despite hunting all day, he barely managed to earn 100 million won. At this pace, everything would be too late. He knew he had to be capable of solo, hunting an S-rank dungeon within a day or sooner. To do that, the most important requirement was to regain the strength he once had. But unlike his past world, the mana in this atmosphere felt lacking. Even if he gathered mana like this every day for 3 years, it still might not be enough. It might take even longer than that. The boy considered that getting some decent equipment would help, but unfortunately there wasn't much to be found here, not even under many trash-tier items. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw Yang playing with a teddy bear. A sudden chill ran through him. He sensed something and quickly rushed toward her, telling her to go inside immediately. Grandma, concerned, asked what was going on. Just then the ground trembled violently beneath them, but he realized this wasn't an earthquake. It was the telltale sign of a rift opening. Grandma was bewildered, questioning what in the world was happening. He warned her to stay in her room. It was dangerous. Without hesitation, he rushed straight into the rift. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association, an operator reported that a new rift had been detected on the map. A man ordered immediate action, identify the location, and dispatch nearby heroes without delay. The operator confirmed the rift had appeared in the yard of a private residence. The man frowned. A rift in a private residence was particularly troublesome. If a civilian, not a hero, entered the rift, entry would be blocked until they came back out. Worse still, if the civilian died inside, it would trigger a monster wave that would persist for 10 days in the rift zone. That would endanger the entire soul area. He asked if the identity of the person who entered had been confirmed. Another staff member at the computer answered. The person's name was Dronzer. He was a resident of the house where the rift had opened. His maternal grandmother claimed he entered the rift in an attempt to save his younger sister. The leader processed the report. If he wasn't a registered hero, that meant a civilian had entered a newly formed rift. He asked for the probability of a monster wave occurring. The technician answered grimly, 99.99%. Elsewhere, a woman reacted in shock. She asked what was meant by Dojin awakening. It was his stepmother. A subordinate explained that, based on past reports, he had crossed paths with heroes and likely awakened during a previous gate event. The woman was furious, cursing him. She said it would have been better if they had killed him outright rather than complicating things. She reminded them that she had accepted money for that task and demanded they inform the assassin that if he failed to kill Dojin, he'd have to pay back 10 times the amount he had received. But the man told her there was no need to contact the assassin. She asked what he meant by that. The man explained that a new rift had opened at Dojin's own house and that it had been confirmed he had entered it. He added that this would soon be public knowledge, as the media would announce it shortly. The woman thought to herself that this meant they wouldn't have to see that vulgar man again. The man confirmed her assumption but told her to remain alert until they were absolutely certain. She agreed, and he acknowledged her instructions. Inside the rift, Dojin looked around and found it difficult to believe what he was seeing. It resembled the Pasha forest he used to visit often as a child. The structure of the forest, the shapes of the trees, and the grass, they were all familiar. With the abundance of mana in the atmosphere, even the shape of the sky and the fluttering of the trout matched exactly. He wondered if the path ahead might lead to what he suspected. As he proceeded further, he saw it. The world tree stood before him. A primordial spirit tree, the world tree held a concentrated flow of pure mana. It was the very reason that his world had once been destroyed. When the world tree was burned, the mana flow was thrown into chaos. But here, the world tree seemed intact. It had remained hidden, untouched. He realized that standing in its presence might allow him to recover the vast power he once possessed. With quiet determination, Dojin sat down and began to meditate in front of the world tree, channeling the ancient mana it held. For 10 consecutive days, Dojin focused solely on his breathing. During that entire period, he forgot about eating and drinking. Nothing else mattered. The boy's concentration remained fixed, unwavering, completely immersed in the act of breathing alone. Then, on the 10th day, a presence emerged behind him. It was a creature known as Volcana. He identified it instantly. These were the same monsters that had once burned down the world tree. Standing firm in front of them, he prepared himself to kill every last one of them. He thought it would have been useful to have a weapon with a water element, but decided that it no longer mattered. Determined, Dojin declared to himself that he would annihilate them all. With a simple movement of his hand, a shockwave burst forth. The force of it instantly killed one of the creatures. He explained to himself that one of his arm had released condensed mana, shaped and detonated in an instant. It had been a while since he had released that kind of attack, and now that he had done so, he felt the rush of power again. It was fun. More monsters prepared to strike, rushing toward him. But as they charged, none of them managed to land a hit. Not a single one touched him. His attention shifted briefly. He had now confirmed the safety of the world tree. With that concern eased, he turned his focus inward, toward the mana within his own body. He decided to examine it with his own eyes. Reaching toward a charging monster, he grabbed it directly by the mouth and halted its attack. With a tight grip, he crushed the creature effortlessly. One after another, the monsters fell. The confirmation was complete. With the threat cleared, he mused that once he finished off the remaining enemies, he would probably be able to obtain the undying ember. He remembered that this item had a rather high drop rate. Curious, he looked forward to seeing how many would drop this time. More enemies appeared, and again, he wiped out several of them. With the battle done, he returned to meditation. Then at last, it appeared, the undying ember. Holding it, he reflected on what it took to gain it again. He considered the possibility of drawing more mana from the world tree, but acknowledged that with his current body, it was impossible. Instead, the only option available to him now was to absorb the ember and convert his mana into a fire attribute. He recalled how in the past, he hadn't even needed to absorb the ember. Now, it took him 10 whole minutes just to absorb a single one. Still, he accepted the situation and focused on what he could do. He moved his hands again and found more embers appearing before him. Looking at them, he made up his mind. He would continue absorbing them, holding his focus steady, and pushing forward with the task for as long as he could. The rift had grown more unstable by the hour, pulsing with unnatural energy, and the risk was steadily expanding. Journalists gathered around with eager cameras, and the growing crowd stared anxiously, murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, a black car rolled toward the rift, carrying a group of officials. Among them sat a man whose expression was already twisted with irritation. Bang was visibly frustrated. He couldn't believe that because of one reckless boy, they were now stuck dealing with this mess. Kim, seated beside him, tried to offer some clarity, explaining that the boy had only entered the rift in an attempt to save his younger sister. But Bang immediately dismissed the idea. He didn't believe it for a second. In his mind, Dajun had entered not out of love or duty, but because he'd heard some foolish rumor that awakening in a rift zone was easier, and he'd run off chasing strength without a second thought about the consequences. If the boy wanted to die, Bang muttered bitterly to himself. Then he should have done so quietly, not dragged innocent people into it by causing a rift outbreak in the middle of the city. Another official asked what the guild master had to say about the situation, but Bang shrugged the question off. The master had only repeated the same standard protocol, wait for the wave to come and assess then. But even he had his hands full this time. The rift wasn't unique to their location. It had opened simultaneously across the globe. The US, China, the UK, Turkey, Switzerland, all at once. And while every other country had managed to stabilize their situations early, theirs was now in disarray, all because of one kid who thought the world would bend to his will. Bang was seething. He'd already decided that if the boy ever returned, he'd show no mercy. The moment Dajun stepped out of the rift, Bang swore to himself he'd make him pay for what he caused. Time passed. 28 days had gone by since the rift first appeared. The Hero Association had now issued a Level 1 monster wave alert. The situation was growing dire. If the civilian who had first entered, referred to now simply as Mr. S, didn't emerge in the next 2 days, the alert would escalate. Just then, the ongoing news broadcast was abruptly cut off. In a quiet office elsewhere, a sharp-eyed man turned to his secretary and asked if Mr. S was, in fact, Dajun. The secretary nodded. He'd already confirmed it through his operatives. There was no doubt it was Dajun. The man leaned back, mulling it over. He asked with a calm detachment what the odds were of Dajun returning alive. The secretary, equally cold, said that if Dajun was just a civilian, then talking about his chances was meaningless. It was less than 0.1%. The man broke into a devilish grin. The idea of Dajun being merely a civilian was laughable to him. After all, those who had tried to extort Dajun had already been soundly beaten. The fools in the Hero Association were simply misinformed, believing he was weak only because they lacked real intelligence. The man mused silently. What if Dajun really had awakened? But the secretary cautioned that even if he had, it all depended on what rank he achieved. Just being able to fight didn't mean he could survive a rift. Strength and survivability were two very different things. Still, the man's mind spun with possibility. He suddenly recalled that Dajun had 2 family members. His lips curled into another dark smile. He would secure them just in case. The secretary asked cautiously what he planned to do with them. But the man's eyes glinted with malice. If Dajun died, they would sell his family off for profit. And if he lived, they'd claim they had taken care of them and saddle him with an enormous debt. Meanwhile, deep inside the rift, Dajun stood once again before the world tree, its trunk radiating soft blue light from the energy that poured endlessly out of it. He'd been powering up for what felt like an eternity and had long lost track of time. Hundreds of undying ambers had already been absorbed into his body, and their power surged within him. Now, at will, he could wield flame attribute mana, and his resistance to fire had soared. If he focused only on the fire attribute, his current strength even surpassed the days when he had once been called the Sword God in another world. He stood quietly, pressing his hand against the bark of the glowing world tree, whispering his thanks then and now. It had granted him strength again and again. Looking around one last time, he gathered the remaining mana stones, placing them carefully in a bag. As he stepped away, a part of him knew that he might never see the tree again. But if they ever crossed paths in the future, and if the tree ever needed his help, He silently vowed that he would protect it without hesitation. With that promise lingering in the air, he turned away, his body hardened and honed, scarred and muscular, disappearing into the glowing distance. Night had already fallen in the real world. Dajan emerged quietly from the now-closed rift. He immediately noticed the silence. There wasn't a single presence within a 1-kilometer radius. It was obvious that the entire area had been evacuated in preparation for a potential wave. He stretched out his senses and released a slight pulse of aura in one direction, then followed it. Soon he sensed 2 officials monitoring the rift perimeter. Their uniforms were familiar. They belonged to the Hero Association, the same ones from the last gate. He sighed inwardly. Dealing with them again would be a hassle. So he acted. Without hesitation, he summoned fire mana, forming a small amber and hurling it toward an abandoned junkyard nearby. It landed with deadly precision, erupting into a controlled but dramatic explosion. Flames surged high into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with chaotic light. The officials spun around at the noise. Kim was the first to point it out. A massive fire was now engulfing the junkyard. They shouted to one another, trying to figure out how to contain the flames before they reached nearby buildings. From a quiet spot at a distance, Dajan observed them with calm detachment. He noted how accurately the flames had struck the junkyard. The control, the strength, it was almost too perfect. And then he smiled faintly, remembering Cusack, the strongest flame mage on the continent from his previous life. Cusack would have admired this flame. That thought brought a brief warmth to his heart. Back at the rift, Kim suddenly turned toward Bang, telling him to look. As they both turned, they saw that the rift was gone. No monster wave, no signs of destabilization, just the faint traces of purple flames still dancing in the air before they, too, flickered out without a trace. The rift had completely closed before they could even respond. It left no clues, no monsters, nothing. And far away, Dajan was walking calmly down the road, his pace unhurried. He turned his head slightly, catching a final glimpse of the spot where the rift had once been. A faint smile curled at the edge of his lips. He was finally free. The next day, it hit the news like a thunderclap. The newly emerged rift in the Maple area had vanished early that very morning. Even more strangely, that day marked exactly 29 days since Mr. Dajan, a non-registered resident of Zone Z, had entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had been bracing itself for a full-scale monster wave, was left dumbfounded by the rift's sudden disappearance. A full-scale investigation into the cause was immediately underway. At the same time, a mysterious fire had broken out in a nearby junkyard, resulting in a massive explosion that left the entire area in ruins. Elsewhere, a young man in a hoodie wandered the streets unnoticed. It was Dajan, concealing his identity beneath the nondescript clothing. Passers-by chattered, some mocking the man who had recklessly dashed into the rift. They said he was probably dead now, adding that it served him right. After all, everyone knew to stay away from a rift once it appeared. But one among them quickly shut the others up. He said that people like them had the luxury to talk big only because others risked their lives inside those hellish cracks. If the rift hadn't disappeared on its own, the entire city would have become a war zone, and then none of them would have had the chance to sit around flapping their mouths. Dajan listened to it all unbothered, but somewhere inside, he felt a twinge of melancholy. If the rift had truly vanished for good, it meant he would never see the world tree again. That alone left a bitter taste. Still, as much of a shame as it was, maybe it was better this way, because there were still things left in this world he had to protect. Eventually, he made his way to the HCS Capitol building. Inside, several men lounged around, cigarettes between their lips, laughing and gloating. They were convinced Dajan was dead, and with him out of the way, the old man and the little girl would be easy prey. Their boss, they believed, would finally have the freedom to act as he pleased, something everyone agreed would be nothing short of despicable. One of them remarked that their boss wasn't just some random thug, but someone dangerous enough that no normal person could handle him. He was confident the boss would squeeze at least 10 times the value out of the 2 remaining victims. Another one took a drag from his cigarette and muttered that while the old man could be discarded, the kid looked decent, maybe even beautiful someday. The boss, he added with a twisted grin, would surely find some way to make use of her. Their chatter stopped cold when a low, eerily familiar voice echoed through the hall. The man asked where their boss was. Heads snapped around. No one moved. Outside, the boss strolled out of his car, casually fixing his hair. The secretary walked beside him, clipboard in hand. The boss was practically glowing, clearly in a good mood. With a grin, he asked what was on his schedule today. The secretary flipped through the notes and replied that there was a lunch appointment with the CEO, but nothing for the evening. That was all the boss needed to hear. He lazily told the secretary to contact Madame Kang and inform her that he'd be paying her a visit tonight. If there were any new girls, he wanted them all dressed up. He was planning to enjoy himself. But before they could enter the building, a chaotic uproar grabbed their attention. The boss barely had time to react before something slammed into him, sending him flying and coughing up blood. As he struggled to his feet, gasping, his eyes met those of a young man lounging on a chair with his feet kicked up on the table. It was Dajun, and his glare was ice cold. Dajun didn't raise his voice, but the threat was clear. He told the boss to crawl over like a dog. The command was simple, yet it carried an overwhelming weight. The boss froze, drenched in sweat. When he hesitated, Dajun repeated himself. Didn't he hear? He said, bark. Someone like the boss didn't even deserve to be treated like a person. If he wanted to live, he'd better act like a proper mutt. Terror-stricken, the boss began to bark, but it was weak, unconvincing. Dajun demanded more. He wanted him to bark like he meant it, like a dog who knew his place. While the pathetic noises echoed across the room, Dajun turned to the others. He called them out for being spineless hypocrites, always bowing and scraping when he was in front of them, but ready to betray him the moment they thought he was gone. He asked the boss if he honestly believed this was the first time he'd dealt with a scumbag like him. The boss dropped to the floor, forehead pressed against the ground. He begged Dajun to spare him, swearing he'd be loyal from now on, loyal like a dog if that's what it took. But Dajun wasn't buying any of it. With a sharp kick, he sent the man tumbling, then told the secretary flatly that he was the boss now. He didn't want to see decent men like the secretary working under garbage like this anymore. After all, the secretary had always been good at cleaning up trash, and now he had permission to get rid of this piece of it too. The secretary quickly knelt and pleaded. The boss, he explained, had connections. If he vanished now, it would raise suspicions, and people would start sniffing around. Wouldn't it be wiser to give the boss one more chance to make things right? But Dajun's gaze was cutting. He asked if dumping someone in a barrel and tossing it into the sea wasn't the secretary's trademark, or crushing them in a junkyard, which everyone knew he was capable of. He warned the man that if he didn't deal with the boss now, he would be the one thrown into a gate as monster food. Everyone in the room stiffened in terror. The boss, still groveling, resumed his begging, promising over and over that he'd do anything, anything at all, if Dajun just let him live. Dajun turned away, knowing he should kill the man to avoid trouble later. But strangely, he found himself hesitating. Maybe he was going soft. He raised his hand toward the boss, who took it as a sign of forgiveness and began thanking him profusely, saying he would serve him like a big brother from now on. But Dajun's expression didn't soften. Without a word, he activated his fire ability and seared one of the boss's hands. Then, as the man screamed in agony, he ripped it off, tossing the charred flesh aside like garbage. He stared down at him, unmoved. This, he said, was the final chance. From now on, the boss's sole duty would be to protect Dajun's family. If anything happened to them, even a scratch, Dajun swore he would slaughter every last one of them without hesitation. If they wanted to survive, then they would have to guard them day and night, 24 hours a day, for the rest of their lives. Officially, Dajun had been declared missing, presumed dead, lost to the rift along with the collapsing dimensional field. News outlets had already published obituaries and retrospectives, and even the government had issued statements confirming his death. Every media channel repeated the same story. The boy was gone. Yet here he was, sitting calmly inside a small restaurant, watching his sister devour her food with gleaming eyes. As he stared at the news articles on his phone, a quiet realization settled in. There was no need to reveal he'd come back. Doing so would only invite chaos, unwanted attention, and more trouble than he or his family could afford. He knew they'd have to move soon, especially with the boss likely changing locations. But there was no need to rush. For now, he wanted his little sister to enjoy herself. She was beaming, eating until her stomach could hold no more, clearly delighted by the rare treat. When he told her they'd be moving to a new place soon and that she could go to kindergarten like the other kids, her smile wavered. That subtle shift in expression didn't go unnoticed. When he asked what was wrong, she hesitated before explaining that the other children had made fun of her for not having a mom or a dad. The weight of her words struck him harder than expected. With a voice both gentle and firm, he told her she didn't need to go to kindergarten if she didn't want to. There was no reason to see kids who bullied her. She could just start school next year like everyone else. That brought her smile back, brighter than ever, and she seemed relieved, even thrilled at the idea of skipping kindergarten altogether. Watching her, Dajun quietly considered whether a prestigious private school might be better for her, somewhere no one would dare to look down on her again. That thought led his mind to a memory. Not long ago, he had barged into a rundown motel in the middle of the night, demanding to know why his grandmother and sister were staying there. It was a shady place, crawling with drunks and shady characters. The staff calmly explained that the motel was under their management and was, in fact, relatively safe compared to what it looked like. But Dajun didn't care about their assurances. He just wanted to see his family. The moment he stepped into the room, both his grandmother and sister stared at him in shock. For a brief moment, they couldn't move. Then, as if waking from a dream, they ran to him. His grandmother grabbed his hands tightly, whispering that she wasn't imagining things. Her boy had come back. His sister cried as she hugged him, and all he could do was smile softly and reassure them that yes, he was home, and yes, he was alive. Back in the present, the girl looked up at him with curiosity and asked if he was a hero. That question caught him off guard. He half joked, asking if she would still like him if he were. But instead of the enthusiastic response he expected, she told him she hoped he wasn't one. Heroes, she said, had to fight scary monsters. Sometimes they didn't come back. She didn't want her brother to go off and die like that. She just wanted him to stay with them for a very long time. Her honesty stunned him. Even now, even after all he'd been through in the ruined, monster-filled world where he had survived while everything else fell apart, hearing that someone wanted him to live, not fight, shook something deep inside him. He had lost so much in that other world. Years of bloodshed had taken away more than just people. They had dulled what was precious. But maybe, just maybe, he could protect something small and peaceful now. If his family truly wanted him to live, then perhaps that was enough. He didn't need to be obsessed with slaying monsters anymore. Elsewhere, inside the towering headquarters of the Hero Association, another conversation was unfolding. Nat, the founder of the Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation, stood in a massive office, gazing at the reports stacked on his desk. He asked his secretary if there had been any findings, but she regretfully informed him that they still hadn't discovered anything. He found that troubling. If a rift could disappear without warning, then it could reappear just as suddenly, and that kind of unpredictability was dangerous. The secretary added that, logically, the rift should have triggered a wave. But Nat cut her off before she could finish her thought. He was more concerned with the fact that the city had been spared. Perhaps the sudden disappearance of the rift was a blessing in disguise. If it had released a wave, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The secretary quickly realized her mistake and apologized for being careless. She understood how serious this was. Nat wasn't just a powerful man, he was one of the most respected heroes in the world, ranked in the top 100. If he ever decided to run for president, polls suggested he'd win by a historic landslide. Corporate giants feared him. Political rivals avoided him. But Nat had no interest in politics or business. His only focus was on protecting people and preparing for whatever lay beyond the rifts. He told the secretary to keep digging, no matter how long it took. She nodded and also informed him that the homeowner near the previous rift site had agreed to sell. Nat instructed her to offer more than the market value. If the extra compensation brought even a sliver of comfort after such trauma, it would be worth it. But just as he looked through another stack of reports, something odd caught his eye. The rift hadn't been an isolated event. Similar occurrences had been reported in multiple countries. According to the documents, the US and China had managed to contain their incidents swiftly, but the situation in the UK was worsening. Their trusted heroes had already been deployed elsewhere, leaving them unprepared to respond in time. At that moment, an emergency alert flashed across Nat's screen. The UK had officially declared a state of high alert. Civilians were being advised to evacuate. A wave had been detected. The World Hero Federation had sounded the alarm. The next disaster had already begun. Outside the bustling streets, Dajan stood once again before the Mana Stone exchange, a heavy bag slung over his shoulder. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The receptionist looked up, ready to greet the customer, but the words caught in his throat as his eyes widened. It was him, the boy who had flipped the shop's commission system upside down. Panic took over, and the receptionist immediately called out for the manager, shouting that the kid who had forced the shop to accept a 1% commission deal had returned. The manager, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a stern expression and the kind of build that usually made people think twice, stormed out from the back room. He fixed his intense gaze on Dajan, clearly attempting to intimidate him. But Dajan remained calm, his tone collected as he remarked that the timing was perfect. He had a large number of mana stones to sell that day, and it seemed only proper that someone with actual authority should handle it instead of leaving things to the brat at the front desk. As he spoke, he dropped the bag onto the floor with a muffled thud. The manager looked at it with disinterest, already assuming that the kid had once again brought in a pile of unrefined, low-grade stones. Without bothering to check, he flatly refused to do business, telling Dajan to leave immediately. Confused, Dajan asked why, only to receive a cold explanation that the 1% commission was costing the shop a significant loss, and that they weren't about to repeat the mistake of doing business with someone who forced deals onto them. Dajan couldn't help but laugh. He casually remarked that the manager was going to regret turning him away like this, but the man clearly wasn't interested in hearing anything further. He said there was no point in explaining how the Gate Center operated on a 5% commission, or how the entire Mana Stone distribution system was already complicated enough. In his eyes, there was little value in trying to reason with an arrogant kid who didn't understand the way the business worked. Turning with a harsh expression, the manager ordered Dajan once more to pick up his bag and leave, warning him never to return to the shop again. But instead of replying, Dajan gave the bag a light kick. Several stones spilled out, rolling across the polished floor. Both the receptionist and the manager froze in shock. These weren't the cheap, low-grade stones they had expected. These were something entirely different, Hero Mana stones. The manager's expression shifted instantly. He recognized the telltale shimmer and the dense Mana signature. A single Hero Mana stone could sell at any price a person was willing to name. His mind raced. How could a kid like this be carrying something so rare? With a casual shrug, Dajan remarked that if they weren't interested in buying the low-grade stones, then maybe they should just forget about it. But now the manager's priorities had completely changed. Hero Mana stones weren't just rare, they were legendary. There had once been a lord from Mexico named Kira, a prominent figure known for dismantling Mana stones to manufacture medicinal items. One day, he tried the same with a Hero Mana stone, and it exploded. The resulting burst of power didn't kill him. It awakened him as one of the world's most powerful heroes. Since then, such stones had become coveted not only as a mana source, but also as catalysts for awakening potential. Their value soared, making them essential commodities for those seeking power. Faced with the reality of what was lying on his floor, the manager no longer had the courage to reject the boy. Yet Dajan, unmoved, told them to pack the stones back into the bag. He'd be leaving. The manager instantly changed his tone, now calling Dajan a valuable customer and practically begging him to stay. While the receptionist scrambled to gather the stones with shaky hands, the manager offered Dajan a cold drink and invited him to sit for a moment. Trying to sound casual, he asked why Dajan had lowered the commission even further from 1% to 0.5%. Wasn't that a bit extreme? But Dajan didn't offer an explanation. He simply replied that if they felt it was too low, then they shouldn't take the deal. The manager, sweating now, hastily clarified that he didn't mean it that way. He was just curious about the reasoning. Dajun, clearly annoyed, replied that the reason was simple. The manager was irritating him. That was enough to justify the change. The manager began banging his head on the table, apologizing profusely and admitting he had spoken without thinking. But Dajun, growing weary of the theatrics, cut to the point and asked whether they would match the rate or not. From the side, the receptionist was quietly seething, watching in disbelief as Dajun refused to show even a shred of respect toward the manager. Desperate to salvage the situation, the manager began rambling about the rarity of mana stones. Most companies, he claimed, would jump at the chance to buy them at market price without any commission just to secure supply. But Dajun had already had enough of the lecture. Rising from his seat, he calmly stated that if the manager didn't like the rate, then he should simply sell the stones to someone else. Panicked, the manager backpedaled fast. He raised the commission offer to 9%, pleading that even at that rate they'd be making a loss. Dajun remained completely unaffected and advised them not to take losses then, just walk away from the deal. As the manager continued to negotiate, the numbers slid downward, 8%, then 7%, and finally 6.6%. He whispered that if his boss found out about this, he might literally be beaten to death. Dajun raised an eyebrow and chuckled that, in that case, they should try not to give their bosses a reason. The back and forth continued until the manager, barely able to breathe, finally agreed to return to 1%. Dajun relented, saying he'd accept the original rate just this once for old time's sake. The manager was completely undone. He wanted to accuse the boy of being a master swindler but couldn't say a word. The stones were simply too valuable to let go. And just as the manager thought the madness had ended, Dajun calmly revealed that he had 7 more bags full of hero mana stones. The color drained from both the manager's and the receptionist's faces. The manager barked at the receptionist to stop standing around like a statue and hurry up with the contract paperwork. Moments later, a notification chimed on Dajun's phone. He glanced at the screen and saw a new deposit, 67 billion won, transferred from the stone shop. At this rate, even that 110 billion won mansion he'd been eyeing didn't seem so out of reach anymore. But as satisfying as the deal had been, Dajun knew there was a deeper problem. Gates alone couldn't provide high-grade mana stones, and until he could roam freely through all the rifts, there would always be a ceiling to his income. Just then, his phone buzzed again. This time, the alert tone was different. He checked the screen, and both the manager and receptionist watched him closely as tension crept back into the room. When the manager asked what was going on, Dajun replied without hesitation that it was an emergency alert from the UK. A monster wave had broken out in their southern region. After reading the public service announcement, Dajun scoffed to himself. The officials, the guilds, the self-proclaimed protectors of humanity, they were all the same. Ineffective, disorganized, and too scared to make the hard calls. In his past life in that other world, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would have charged through every rift, sealed every tear in reality with his own blood if necessary, all while ignoring whatever country or authority dared try to stop him. But not anymore. That Dajun was long gone. This time he chose peace over senseless war. The scene shifted, the tension melting away as the air filled with the savory aroma of premium meat sizzling on a charcoal grill. Thick cuts glistened over open flames, sending juices dripping into the embers below. Across the table, Dajun's little sister stared with sparkling eyes and drooling lips, captivated by the sight, while their grandmother looked less enchanted and more panicked. They were seated in a high-class restaurant where even a single serving of meat, just 100 grams, cost an outrageous 250,000 won. The old lady couldn't help but frown in concern, quietly asking Dajun how on earth he planned to pay for something this expensive. But the boy simply smiled and reassured her not to worry, telling her to eat as much as she wanted because he had earned more than enough money this time. His grandmother remained hesitant, but his sister wasted no time. She took a bite, and her eyes rolled back in pure bliss as the tender meat melted in her mouth. Watching her reaction, Dajun glanced at the platter and realized the portions were far too small. He casually waved over the butler, ordering 4 more servings of the same premium meat for each of them. Again, the old woman interjected, worried about waste and wondering how 3 people could possibly eat so much. But Dajun just chuckled and insisted that she eat to her heart's content. Today was a day to celebrate. Coming from such a poor background, they had never even dreamed of places like this. It was time they finally tasted what life had denied them. The grandmother was still reluctant, but Dajun's sister nudged a piece toward her, urging her to try just one bite. And when she finally did, her face lit up. The texture, the seasoning, the way it simply dissolved on her tongue, it was worth every one. With that, the three of them tucked in and started enjoying their meal with genuine smiles. But the pleasant moment didn't last long. The sharp click of approaching heels cut through the warmth of the room. Someone was walking up to their table with purpose. It was none other than Julian, the famed female hunter. Her presence alone turned heads, and her commanding voice sliced through the air as she called out to Dajun, asking for a moment of his time. Without even glancing up from the grill, Dajun calmly told her that he was eating with his family and that if she had business with him, she could wait. The casual dismissal stunned everyone, but especially Julian, who blinked in disbelief. Surely he hadn't understood who she was. So she clarified, introducing herself again as Julian, a high-ranking hunter. Yet Dajun remained unfazed, simply continuing to serve his sister another slice of meat. Julian could hardly believe what was happening. She was used to people groveling for a moment of her time, not the other way around. And yet here she was being made to wait. So she did. The top 10 ranked beauty in the world, an S-ranked hero admired across nations, found herself sitting quietly in the waiting area as Dajun finished his meal at his own pace. The onlookers whispered among themselves, astonished. What kind of man could keep someone like Julian waiting? The answer came in the form of data. Julian had done her homework. 2 months ago, Dajun had stepped into his first gate. Not only had he survived, but he had reemerged stronger. Rumors had circulated about his supposed death in a high-level rift, but clearly those were false. He was alive and well, devouring expensive meat in a luxury restaurant with his family. That alone set him apart. His composure, his control, the way he treated even an S-rank like a minor inconvenience. Julian found it difficult to grasp. While she pondered these things, Dajun finally stepped out of the restaurant, his family laughing beside him as they discussed how delicious everything had been. But his gaze quickly locked onto a familiar face. Julian was still waiting, but that wasn't what caught his attention. Standing nearby, looking just as surprised, was Kang, the very man who had abandoned Dajun in that lethal dungeon to die. Kang's expression twisted as recognition dawned. He stared at Dajun like he was seeing a ghost. His voice dripped with venom as he muttered that Dajun was like a cockroach, always crawling out of impossible situations when he should have just died already. He called him a vermin, a pest that just wouldn't stay down. Julian was caught off guard. Of all people, Dajun was bickering with Kang. She didn't understand what history they shared, but something was clearly burning between them. Before Kang could get another insult out, Dajun turned to Julian and said that if she had something to say, now was the time. Kang froze, his eyes darting between the two. He was baffled. Why was Julian waiting for someone like Dajun? But Dajun ignored him, his focus now on the woman. With a firm tone, he told Julian that if she wanted to talk, she'd have to do him a small favor first. Julian raised a brow, unsure of what kind of request was coming. Dajun simply pointed to his grandmother and sister, explaining that all he wanted was for her to call a cab and make sure they got home safely. That was it. He had other matters to deal with. Julian was puzzled, wondering what he planned to do next. But Dajun gave her a cold, sidelong glance and said that their conversation could wait. He had a debt to collect from an old friend. His tone made it clear. He hadn't forgotten what Kang did. And now it was time to settle it. Julian calmly approached Dajun's grandmother and little sister, placing a gentle hand on the door of the cab and urging them to get inside. She spoke softly but firmly, telling them not to worry and assuring them that she would handle everything. Even though the two were visibly anxious, the authority in her voice convinced them. With a flick of her hand, she instructed the cab driver to take them safely to their hotel, waving them off as the vehicle pulled away. Back inside, the atmosphere had completely shifted. Dajun stood with his body lowered into a tight fighting stance, each of his movements controlled and coiled with force. His fists flew with terrifying precision, landing on Kang's face and ribs with bone-cracking impact. Every punch he delivered was packed with intent, not just to hurt, but to punish. Kang staggered backward but still refused to yield, laughing bitterly through bloodied lips and swearing he'd crush the cockroach once and for all. A terrified waitress tried to intervene, stepping between them despite her fear. She pleaded with Kang, her voice trembling, begging him not to cause a scene inside the restaurant. But instead of listening, the man's rage exploded. With a vicious snarl, he struck her across the face, sending her tumbling to the floor. She would have hit hard if not for a nearby customer who caught her just in time, steadying her and shielding her from further harm. Kang wasn't done. His eyes scanned the restaurant, wild and violent. He shouted threats, claiming ownership of the place, warning that if anyone dared to interfere, he'd kill them on the spot. The entire room froze in fear. But for Dajun, that was the final straw. His expression darkened as he stepped forward, and with a single powerful strike, he smashed his fist into Kang's swollen face, sending blood spraying across the table. He stood over the man, his voice cold as steel, asking if Kang really had been the one who left him to die inside that gate. Kang, now bleeding from multiple places and barely able to stand, couldn't even answer. Dajun wasn't finished, not by a long shot. Kang spat blood and sneered, as delusional as ever. He taunted Dajun, mocking his past, reminding him how his father abandoned him and how even his stepmother had no use for him. It was venomous and low. But Dajun didn't respond with words. Instead, he calmly pulled out his phone and held it up, demanding Kang repeat what he had just said. Kang laughed, thinking it was a bluff. He called Dajun pathetic and dared him to do something. Then, as if digging his own grave, he crossed a line no one should ever cross. He began insulting Dajun's mother. That was enough. Dajun's eyes glowed faintly, and before Kang could even finish his sentence, the boy moved. A pulse of psychic energy erupted from him, and his mana surged. The next punch Kang threw never even connected. Dajun's abilities diffused it midair with invisible force, redirecting the momentum and hurling Kang several meters back like a ragdoll. He crashed into a table, flipping over it and groaning in pain, stunned that his full-force blow had been so effortlessly dismantled. Kang's body lit with a blue aura, and his mana surged as he tried to power up further. But Dajun didn't flinch. He took a step forward and with a flash launched himself toward his opponent, finally ready to finish what had been long overdue. In the chaos, the trembling waitress fumbled with her phone, trying to call the authorities. But her hands were shaking too much to remember the emergency number. Just then, Julian appeared beside her and gently took the phone from her hand, telling the girl that she would handle everything and there was no need to be afraid. As she turned toward the escalating battle, Julian's trained eyes took in the situation instantly. The raw strength, the fluid movements, Kang, who was an A, B-ranked hunter, was being completely overpowered. There was no doubt in her mind anymore. Dajun was beyond B rank. He was easily A rank, if not higher. Possibly even S rank. Her eyes narrowed as she shouted a warning, telling Dajun to stop before he went too far. If he seriously injured Kang, there would be consequences. He might even die. Hearing that, Dajun paused mid-step, glancing at her with a frown, asking what she meant. Julian explained without hesitation. Kang's cousin was none other than Yang, an S-rank hunter with influence and power, and someone who deeply cared for his younger brother. Hurting Kang would mean making an enemy out of Yang, and that was not something people survived easily. But even after hearing that, Dajun didn't look worried. He just stared at her unfazed, and Julian felt a chill. This boy, he wasn't just powerful, he was completely unhinged. He knew the danger. He heard the name Yang and understood the consequences. But still, he had no intention of stopping. Kang, even while lying battered on the ground, gave a bloody smile and dismissed Julian's concerns. She suddenly realized Kang had always acted like this because he knew he had Yang as a shield. That's how he had gotten away with so much for so long. And now, seeing Dajun not just challenge that protection but completely disregard it, Julian was starting to feel something unfamiliar. Fear, not just for the situation, but for the person standing in front of her. Dajun's eyes briefly flicked toward her, and the killing intent in his gaze made her heart skip a beat. It was subtle, not wild or chaotic, but cold and measured. like a predator deciding whether or not she was worth hunting. Julian swallowed, suddenly unsure if she was de-escalating things or making them far, far worse. Meanwhile, the poor waitress had crumpled into a corner, quietly crying into her apron, whispering to herself that the lady said she would handle it. So why did things feel like they were spiraling even more out of control? Kang lay unconscious on the ground, his swollen face barely recognizable. Julian stepped closer, keeping her voice calm as she informed Dajun that she had been sent by her uncle to handle the situation. She apologized for showing up uninvited, admitting it wasn't ideal. Without wasting time, she shifted the topic, saying she already knew that Dajun had recently sold a batch of magic stones at the exchange center. Instead, she wanted to propose something better. She wanted to buy the next batch directly from him. Dajun raised a brow, asking what she was offering. Julian replied confidently, saying she would purchase everything he had at full market price, no undercutting. That caught Dajun off guard. He let out a short laugh, clearly surprised, before Julian added that an S-rank hero's wealth was beyond what most people could imagine. Money wasn't an issue. Still glancing at the unconscious Kang, Dajun told her he wasn't against selling, but he had one condition. It wasn't something complicated. In fact, if she really was an S-rank like she claimed, it would be nothing for her. And if it was Julian herself handling it, then there should be no problem. The scene then shifted. Far from the chaos, in an elegant high-rise office, Dajun's stepmother sat simmering with rage. Her manicured fingers tapped against her desk, and her face was twisted with frustration as she asked how Dajun was still alive. He had entered a rift. He was supposed to be dead. Her secretary, standing respectfully nearby, replied that even the Hero Association had declared him dead. Yet somehow here he was alive. She asked how he planned to fix it, especially after taking so much money to make the boy disappear. But the secretary had other news. He informed her that Kang had gotten into a violent brawl with Dajun. At first, the woman didn't react, but then it clicked. A fight between Kang and Dajun that was going to cause problems. If her husband or father-in-law heard about it, it would be messy. Still, she thought she could smooth things over as long as it didn't reach the media. She immediately ordered the secretary to suppress any media coverage of the incident. No headlines, no leaks. Only Kang's brother needed to know. She also wanted the police kept far away from the matter. Any legal investigation would turn the situation into a public nightmare. But they both knew that wasn't enough. The secretary continued, reminding her that Kang was Yang's cousin, and Yang was an S-rank hunter. Everyone knew Kang was trash, but Yang protected him. In truth, Kang wasn't just family. He was the one doing Yang's dirty work, cleaning up problems and acting as a shield. Now that Kang had been beaten and the media was circling, Yang would be forced to act. The woman understood. The situation was spiraling. She ordered the secretary to schedule a personal meeting with Yang as soon as possible. There was more. She had also discovered that the head of HCS Capital had betrayed her, secretly looking after Dajun's grandmother and little sister. That was unacceptable. She told the secretary to contact Prosecutor Park. She wanted the man to pay for choosing a nobody's family over hers. The next day, the story shifted again. A large crowd had gathered outside a rift zone. South Korea currently had 37 active rift sites, with 5 nearing gate formation. The rest required scheduled hunts handled only by registered association hunters. At the checkpoint, Julian handed over her ID. The guard scanned her credentials, nodded in approval, and wished her good luck. Dajun stood behind her, observing everything quietly. The guards clearly recognized who Julian was. They treated her with respect, but still double-checked everything, locking down security with precision. That level of caution didn't go unnoticed. A girl from the expedition team, Jung, looked over at Julian and raised an eyebrow. Jung was an E-rank hero and leader of the Velvet Guild. She found it odd that someone of Julian's rank would bother with something as tedious as Rift Zone hunts. When asked, Julian replied with a nervous chuckle that she was just bored. With nothing else to do, she figured she might as well explore a rift. Meanwhile, Dajun had already made his terms clear earlier. If she wanted the magic stones, she had to let him enter the rift with her. Once that was done, he'd sell the entire batch at full market price, no markup, no tricks. When Julian asked why he was going this far, Dajun simply replied that nothing paid better than hunting in a rift. That was all. Julian couldn't quite understand it. Why would someone voluntarily risk their life for money? Was he truly that desperate? Maybe he was just reckless. Regardless, she needed those hero-grade magic stones, and if it meant dealing with Dajun, so be it. Even if this was a suicide mission for him, it wasn't her concern. The team soon entered the rift. The world on the other side was a thick, humid jungle filled with strange sounds and shadows moving between trees. The group stayed cautious. Jung glanced at Dajun and leaned closer to Julian, asking who the quiet guy trailing behind them was. Julian didn't want to answer and brushed it off, saying he was just someone she knew. But Jung wasn't satisfied. She asked if Dajun was boyfriend material. Julian shot that down instantly. No, she said flatly. She owed him a favor, nothing more. That was the only reason she brought him. Jung seemed confused. An S-rank hero like Julian owing a favor to a nobody, that didn't make sense. But before she could ask anything more, the jungle exploded into chaos. A massive bird with gigantic wings burst through the treetops, shrieking as it flew toward the team. The hunters immediately fell into defensive formation. Orders were shouted to block the creature's legs, to hold its wings down before it could fly. But before any of that could happen, Dajun broke into a sprint. He ran straight toward the monster, ignoring all formation plans. It was a reckless move, or so they thought. The other hunters gasped, unsure whether to chase after him or retreat. But then they heard his calm voice cut through the noise. Dajun simply said that the bird was already down before it could even fly. And to their disbelief, the beast's wings twitched once, then collapsed. Before the group could even get organized, Guildmaster Jin was already feeling unlucky. They had just stepped inside the gate when a powerful enemy appeared. While everyone else was still trying to find their positions, Dajun had already dropped his bag and gotten ready. Julian, who was taking charge, started giving orders, but Dajun was already moving. He shot through the air like a missile, fast and focused. In just one leap, he reached the flying monster and took control of the battle. His energy burned intensely, and the oversized bird couldn't react in time. It took a full-strength punch straight to the beak. The bird crashed to the ground, while Dajun remained floating above, turning the fight around in an instant. He landed in front of the others without looking tired at all. The monster was nearly dead, the mark of his punch clearly visible. The guild members, including their S-rank carry, stood there in shock. What happened next only added to their disbelief. Dajun calmly raised his foot and repeatedly stomped on the bird's head until it was unrecognizable. It looked excessive, but taking down this type of monster required that level of force. The sound of cracking bones and splattering blood made everyone uneasy. Now Jin was more curious than ever. Who was this guy? Even Julian didn't have a clear answer. All she knew was that Dajun was incredibly strong, and calling him just strong felt like an understatement. Very few people could kill a monster in a single blow. Julian mentioned her sister as someone capable of such feats, placing Dajun in that rare group of elite fighters. Jin couldn't get over how impressive he was. She had seen the whole thing unfold and was genuinely amazed. Julian, thinking quickly, changed the plan. She now wanted to explore the center of the gate with Dajun and leave the rest of the group at the edge. Julian walked up to Dajun while he was expertly carving up the bird for materials. Before she could say anything, he made it clear he wouldn't share the loot with those who hadn't helped. Luckily, Julian didn't care about a few magic crystals. She had a different idea. She wanted to go deeper into the gate with him, to areas more suitable for someone at his level. Dajun agreed without hesitation. Julian knew the layout of the gate well, so she took the lead, confident that he would follow. Without warning, she sped off, creating a sonic boom as she disappeared into the distance. Dajun calmly watched her vanish, slung his bag over his shoulder, and crouched down. In the next moment, he launched himself forward with such force that it nearly knocked the others over. Jin thought to herself, if Julian moved like a bullet, then Dajun was like light. Left behind, the rest of the guild looked to Jin for their next move. They all knew they couldn't keep up with those two. For today, they had to accept their role as support. The outer parts of the gate still had plenty of monsters for them to hunt. In the outside world, they were respected rank heroes. But here, compared to a real S-ranker like Dajun, they were clearly outclassed. Both Julian and Dajun were on a completely different level. Meanwhile, the two of them raced through the forest at incredible speeds. Julian kept checking to see if Dajun was still behind her. When she didn't see him, she thought maybe she had gone too fast. But just as she considered slowing down, Dajun suddenly appeared beside her and casually asked if they could go even faster. That caught her off guard, so much so that she almost stumbled. Julian had never met anyone who could keep up with her in a foot race. In terms of speed, she was considered one of the top 2 in the country. But now, it seemed that list needed revising. A few moments later, Dajun even stopped to tease her for being slower than expected, saying she was only running fast to show off. As Julian caught her breath, Dajun looked ahead. A massive mountain range stretched into the sky. When he asked what was in there, Julian's face turned serious. That was the home of the gate's boss monster, the Cassirian. The Cassirian was a 20-meter beast that looked like a dragon or wyvern. Julian didn't even want to think about fighting it. Normally, it would take at least 3 top-tier S-rank fighters to even have a chance. One thing Dajun knew about the Cassirian was that it had a small chance of dropping a transcendent-grade magic stone, an incredibly valuable item, just one step below the highest-grade treasures. With a reward like that on the line, he wasn't about to walk away from the fight. Even though Julian thought it was a reckless decision, Dajun had already made up his mind. He was going to fight the creature, with or without her help. Julian watched as he rushed ahead, heading straight toward the mountain range where the beast's lair was said to be. She felt like she had no choice but to follow despite the obvious danger. The creature inside wasn't just any monster, it was powerful enough to be a serious challenge even for 3 S-rank heroes. The confidence Dajun showed as he charged ahead shook her. Still, she went after him. But when she arrived at the lair, she was met with a surprise. The fight was already over. The Cassirian, a massive dragon-like creature, was lying there dead. Dajun stood nearby, casually pulling his knife from its body as if it had been nothing more than a simple task. Julian was speechless. She couldn't understand how the fight had ended so quickly or how it had ended at all. To put things in perspective, Julian recalled a well-known S-rank hero named Park, who had made a name for himself by fighting monsters like the Cassirian. The first time Park had faced the beast, he'd brought 30 A-rank hunters with him, just to be safe. But even with all that backup, only he had survived. The rest were wiped out. Later, Park returned for a rematch, this time with another S-rank and 100 A-rank heroes backing him up. That battle was long and costly. They had to target the monster's wings to bring it down, then hit it with everything they had. In the end, the Cassirian was defeated, but very few hunters walked away from the fight. The damage done that day was so great that Park's guild, Sweet Life, still hadn't fully recovered, even years later. And yet, here was Dajun, someone who didn't even look like a top-tier hunter, having taken down the same monster on his own. When Julian kept staring at him in disbelief, he casually reminded her that she hadn't done anything to help and wouldn't be getting a share of the loot. She found the comment annoying, but she was too stunned to argue. If she hadn't seen the aftermath herself, she would never have believed it. The same terrifying creature that once required a whole team of top hunters had just been killed by a single person. And as if it wasn't enough, Dajun had already removed the rare magic stone from the body. He looked at it calmly and told Julian that from now on, he didn't need anyone to guide him, he was fine on his own. He also said he didn't care about the other valuable parts of the monster, like its claws or teeth. He told Julian she could keep them if she wanted, as a kind of payment. She looked at the monster's body for a while, then decided she didn't want any of it either. By evening, Dajun had returned to the group, carrying 3 full bags of magic stones. Even the rank hunters were shocked. For their guild to gather the same amount, it would have taken at least 20 hours, maybe even 3 full days if they were lucky. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and all of them looked at Julian, the one who had brought Dajun along in the first place, hopping for answers. But she was just as surprised as they were. According to Julian, Dajun hadn't even used special gear or rare items. He'd done it all with basic equipment. That alone was enough to put him at the top of Korea's hero rankings. Some of the A-rankers even joked that he might be the strongest in the world. When he came back with more bags full of loot, they could hardly believe their eyes. In just one day, he had gathered enough to fill several bags, a task that would take most skilled teams multiple days to complete. At that point, the group realized that no one outside would ever believe them. Dajan's power was too unbelievable, almost unreal, so they decided to keep quiet about what had happened. As everyone recovered from the shock, Julian walked up to Dajan and started talking to him. From a distance, the others in the group watched and joked that the two looked like a couple chatting. But really, they were just trying to make sense of what had happened and of who Dajan really was. Some of the guild members started whispering among themselves, saying that Dajan might actually be the only person who truly matched Julian, not just in strength, but in presence. Their similar power levels made them seem like a perfect pair. But that impression quickly faded when they saw the two of them arguing. The guild's A-rank master, who had thought they looked like a good couple, was surprised. From the way their expressions clashed, it was clear this wasn't a friendly chat. It was hard to believe anyone could speak so bluntly to Julian of all people. Then, even more surprisingly, Dajan handed her a bag and walked away without another word. That moment stunned the guild leader even more than the earlier fight. As Julian held the bag, she explained what had just happened. Dajan was worried that if word got out he killed the Cassirian, he'd become famous overnight. That was the last thing he wanted. To avoid attention, he asked her to take care of everything related to the fight, including the loot. His decision left both of them quiet, unsure of what to say. Ironically, despite his wish to stay unknown, fate had other plans. Julian, still trying to figure him out, felt more drawn to him than ever. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, the famous S-rank hunter Park was busy with training. He was hitting a punching bag with full force while his assistant stood nearby, impressed by his intensity. Park, still the head of the Sweet Life Guild, seemed fired up with frustration. His assistant tried to calm him, saying that patience and endurance were key right now. Park agreed, but added that those who underestimated him would regret it eventually. Park was proud of his reputation, especially his record of hunting down Cassirians. His assistant praised him, saying his name would go down in history for defeating such a powerful creature with the smallest squad ever. But little did they know, that title already belonged to Dajan, and no one was likely to beat it. Still, Park went on, listing his achievements and ignoring the fact that his guild had been in decline since that major fight 3 years ago. The one thing that still brought him satisfaction was knowing he once took down the Cassirian. The scene then shifted to Young's office. He was reading a detailed report about Dajan's recent raid. It included an incident involving Kang, who had tried to trap Dajan inside the gate, but ended up being completely overwhelmed instead. The situation turned on its head, leading to a powerful awakening in Dajan. Young also found out that the person behind the hit job on Dajan was none other than the executive director, a powerful and extremely wealthy woman, known to be one of the richest in Korea. At first, Young couldn't understand why someone like her would go after Dajan personally. But then the truth came out. Dajan was her stepson. He had joined their family at the age of 7, but after she had her own biological child, Dajan was kicked out. Young found that funny. "Even being rich doesn't protect you from being thrown out," he said, half amused. The payment for Dajan's assassination was set at 3 billion won, a small amount to Young, who was more interested in the politics behind the job. Kang, meanwhile, was barely clinging to life. His battle with Dajan left him badly burned, covered in wounds and completely blind. Even Young, who wasn't easy to impress, admitted that Dajan was ruthless. Yet he smiled at the idea that, had it been him, he wouldn't have stopped at just blinding Kang. He would have finished the job completely. The report also mentioned Julian being present during the incident, possibly helping Dajan. That caught Young off guard. He wanted to know more about the nature of their relationship, but no one could give him a straight answer as the case had been closed quietly. Frustrated, he shouted at his assistant to find out everything he could, convinced that Julian and Dajan had made some sort of deal. The assistant, scared out of his mind, ran off to investigate. Left alone, Young started smashing things in a fit of anger. He knew the executive director's people would come after him if he didn't complete the job that Kang had failed. But he didn't mind. The money was good, and she had enough wealth to rival anyone in the world. Back at Dajan's side, he was returning home after the long day in the rift. Despite everything, he was satisfied. This outing had been far more productive than expected, though it complicated things. Julian had warned him that people might start asking questions about her, especially if they found out she was with the person who killed the Cassirian. That kind of attention would only make things harder for both of them. So, as a way to avoid that, she told him she would hide the loot and handle things quietly. If he ever wanted fame, she could reveal everything later. Dajan didn't argue. He simply tossed her the bag full of rare materials and let her keep it all. That meant he would now need a new way to access rift zones without relying on Julian, but he was fine with that. For now, he could enjoy some rest. Chang had arranged a luxury house for him to stay in, and he was looking forward to sleeping in peace. But as he stepped up to the house, he saw several pairs of shoes outside the door, something that immediately put him on alert. When he entered, he found multiple men in suits sitting inside, along with someone who looked like their boss, deep in conversation with his family members. The man staring at him coldly was Prosecutor Park. Dajan's younger sister rushed to him with fear in her eyes, and he quickly realized the situation was serious. Park pointed out that because of Dajan's known connection to Chang So, he was now under emergency arrest. Apparently, Chang was part of an illegal money-lending group tied to HCS Capital, and Dajan's link to him was enough to bring him in. The scene shifts inside the prosecution service office, where we see Dajan sitting with his hands cuffed as he looked around. Meanwhile, the prosecutor was speaking to a certain director, telling him that both H-Wang and Dajan were being obedient. The director, as it turned out, was none other than Dajan's stepmother, who had been helping the prosecutor arrange his daughter's study abroad. That was why he was doing her this favor. While talking, Prosecutor Park stepped into the interrogation room, telling the director that the reason he became a prosecutor was precisely to remove trash like Dajan from society. Then he laughed, because deep down, he knew he wasn't committed to justice at all. He slammed a stack of papers onto the table before walking in and questioning Dajan about what he had been doing until now. Just the charges on the papers alone, he said, could get Dajan 10 years in prison. Dajan was informed that the prosecutor already had plenty of evidence, thanks to H-Wang. But despite the claims, Dajan didn't even flinch. He knew full well that the prosecutor couldn't do anything to him. This calm, dismissive attitude irritated Prosecutor Park to no end. He couldn't understand why the boy wasn't even reacting. Did he think he was bluffing? Why was he being so arrogant? Just then, Dajan casually asked about how the gold digger Hong was doing. The prosecutor began sweating, trying to deny that he even knew who she was. But from that moment, Dajan understood H-Wang's side had already collapsed. They were probably being dealt with right now. He had come along quietly, hopping to avoid trouble. But at this rate, things were definitely going sideways. The prosecutor moved closer, anger in his eyes, asking if Dajan thought the prosecution was a joke and threatening that his life was now over. But then, Dajan simply glared at the man, and in that moment the prosecutor froze. His whole body trembled. Something inside him screamed that this boy was not someone to be provoked. He immediately backed away, keeping his distance, even though he nearly raised his hand to slap Dajan. But for some reason, he couldn't do it. He didn't know why, but an ancient, instinctive fear gripped him. Something was telling him, don't touch that boy. Just then, an officer entered the room, telling Prosecutor Park to step outside for a moment. After reviewing some documents, the prosecutor's face twisted in disbelief. He questioned whether the results were wrong or whether the evaluation machine was malfunctioning, but his subordinate explained that they had double-checked everything. The system was working fine. The hero scanner had confirmed Dajan was just a regular person. No signs of awakening. It made no sense. Hong had claimed her stepson might be awakened, and Park had trusted that information. The subordinate suggested maybe the intel was faulty, but Park knew the source had always been reliable. And yet here was hard proof saying otherwise. Now he was confused. Who exactly was this boy? Why did he know Hong's name? Why was there such a contradiction? Meanwhile, back in the interrogation room, Dojin was growing increasingly irritated. He'd been tied to the chair for too long. It made him understand why people called prosecutors scumbags. He wondered if he should just destroy everything, break free, take his grandmother and sister and run. Hide somewhere far away. But just then the door opened, and Julian walked in. Dojin was stunned to see her, as she asked what he was doing in a place like the prosecutor's office. Calmly, he replied that even he didn't know, but Julian immediately told him not to do anything rash. Even though he was clearly surprised, she explained that using his powers now would only worsen the situation. Dojin wasn't sure whether she was offering help or just handing out advice. Julian herself seemed confused. What she was doing couldn't exactly be called help. But knowing that Dojin was innocent, she couldn't just stand by and ignore what was happening. If she hadn't known he was falsely accused, it might have been a different story. But in her eyes, he was truly innocent. Hearing that, Dojin let out a slight smile, amused by her strange way of offering support. Then Julian informed him that the Hero Association had launched an internal investigation. They were checking into unlicensed hero identities and monitoring the new rift that appeared at the house. But Dojin didn't care about any of that. He just asked about his family. Julian was annoyed at first, wondering if she looked like his secretary. Why should she be checking on his family? But Dojin's cold, intense stare made her flinch. She began to sweat and reluctantly told him that his family was safe. He didn't need to worry. He smiled and thanked her, promising to repay the favor one day. Julian, slightly blushing, told him to just hang in there a little longer. She'd get it resolved soon. Rather than proving Dojin's innocence directly, Julian took a different approach. She exposed Prosecutor Park's bribery and illegal lobbying, which got him dismissed. A fair investigation followed, confirming Dojin had nothing to do with the incident. He couldn't completely escape punishment for the unlicensed hero certificate, but thanks to Julian's strong defense, that too was settled with a suspended sentence. Later, we see Dojin and Julian riding together in a car, listening to a news broadcast on the radio. The reporter said that a never-before-seen monster had appeared in the UK and was attacking civilians. It was a mantis-shaped beast, about 1.5 meters tall, with 4 eyes and powerful jumping ability. As soon as he heard the description, Dojin casually stated that the monster was called a Makashin. Julian was shocked. How did he know that? The name hadn't even been officially released, it was only known to the association. But Dojin didn't explain. He simply thought to himself, monster names aren't made up at random. Mana stones didn't just store energy, they carried knowledge. On Earth, modern science could analyze them to extract that data. But in the ruined world he came from, it had been done through magic. If a monster existed in both worlds, then the names he knew from the past would be the same ones used now. That's how he already knew them. He quietly noted that the Makashin could be dealt with using red fire ant extract. When Julian asked for more details, Dojin explained that red fire ant extract was harmless to humans, but acted as a paralytic poison against Makashins. If sprayed properly, the creatures wouldn't even have a chance to go wild. After hearing all that, Julian stared at him, wondering just who was this boy. But Dojin didn't answer. He wasn't ready to reveal his identity. Julian suddenly stopped the car, frustrated, asking if he was even listening to her. But Dojin was lost in thought. And then he asked her in a low voice if he killed Hong, the gold digger, right now, what would happen to him? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hong, who is anxiously biting her nails, completely traumatized after finding out that Dojin was still alive, even though several reports had previously confirmed that he was already dead. Her secretary stood beside her, updating her on the situation. He informed her that the prosecutor she had bribed was now behind bars for accepting bribes, and that it was only a matter of time before she herself would be next, unless she did something fast. But the thing that truly shocked Hong was learning that Julian was now standing by Dojin's side. Even the secretary admitted he wasn't sure what kind of relationship Julian had with Dojin or how they knew each other. But one thing was certain, Julian was helping him, and it wasn't working out in Hong's favor. Hong, face contorted in frustration, still couldn't believe that Dajun wasn't awakened or registered as a hero. At first, the secretary himself had told her that Dajun was definitely awakened, but now all the reports had come back negative. Confused and nervous, the secretary tried to explain what he saw, how it really did seem like Dajun had powers. Maybe, he speculated, Dajun had some kind of ability that could fool the hero detectors, but it was still just a guess. Hong lost her temper, screaming at the secretary to call Kang immediately and offer him 30 billion won to assassinate Dajun at once. But Kang, a devil in human form, laughed at the offer. He told her coldly that 30 billion wasn't even close to enough. If she wanted the job done, she needed to double the price. Kang's secretary tried to interject, asking if doubling the money wasn't a bit excessive. But Kang cut him off, mocking him for being poor and naive. From Hong's perspective, Kang was her only option. And once the job was finished, 60 billion wouldn't be a problem, she was that rich. Especially now that Julian was involved, an S-rank hunter in her own right, Kang argued that going up against someone of that level required serious compensation. The secretary admitted that Julian was definitely a dangerous opponent. But at those words, Kang slammed his hand on the table and stormed toward him, furious. Did he really think all S-ranks were the same? With a twisted smile, Kang declared that someone like Julian could be taken down in 20 minutes flat. He just didn't feel like doing it yet. The secretary quickly agreed, trembling slightly, knowing his life could be in danger if he said anything else. Kang sat back down, still smirking like a madman, and asked if the association had contacted them yet. He poured himself another drink as the secretary explained that the association couldn't increase the payment for the UK mission any further due to local restrictions. They had already publicly stated that they were carefully selecting heroes to dispatch overseas. Kang sneered at the message, saying the association's officials were the real thugs in the end. But he wasn't going to make excuses. The pay was good enough. He just wanted to know when they were leaving. The secretary informed him that the flight would depart in 3 days, and it was scheduled as a joint transfer alongside Japanese heroes. Kang was intrigued. He'd wanted to meet his Japanese friend Takashi anyway. Besides, he was already aware of the green mantis monster, the Makashin. It was a new creature, and so far no weaknesses had been discovered. But if he figured it out first, his reputation would skyrocket. As the scene shifts again, we arrive at a dark and stormy night in Cambridge, United Kingdom. Thunder roared in the skies as people ran in panic. A massive Makashin chased down civilians. It looked like a giant insect monster, ready to slaughter anything in its path. UK adventurers were trying desperately to hold it off, but they were running out of options. They didn't know where to strike. The creature seemed to have no weak points. The Makashin lashed out, its sharp blade-like limbs slamming into the ground, forcing the adventurers to scatter. Despite attacking from multiple angles, trying to bind its pincers and break through, nothing was working. In a final attempt, the adventurers combined their energy and blasted the monster, managing to destroy one of them by blowing its head apart. But their relief was short-lived. More Makashins emerged, an unending army swarming toward them. One female hero was taken down instantly, her life extinguished in a flash. The heroes were doing everything they could to hold the monsters back and prevent a southern advance, but without critical data on the Makashins, they were helpless. As the defense line in Cambridge collapsed, London was now less than 60 kilometers away. And still, they had no idea what to do. Suddenly, a red powder filled the sky, sprayed from above. The red mist began falling onto the Makashins, and the moment it touched their bodies, the monsters began withering and screaming in agony. Their limbs buckled, their energy faded, and one by one they collapsed. Overhead, a massive helicopter flew by. Inside were Kang, Julian, and several other elite heroes. Everyone was stunned. The red powder actually worked. Julian revealed it was red fire ant extract. Even she was shocked that Dajun had been right. Kang, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes at her. There was no way she figured this out herself without testing the monster first. Something about this didn't add up. But regardless of the source, it was a breakthrough. Julian leaped out of the helicopter, sword in hand, along with Kang and the others, none of them using parachutes. It was time to finish the fight and bring this chaos to an end. The scene shifts once more. After the successful operation, the team returned to their country. The airport was flooded with reporters. Doctors and officials were gathered, waiting to speak with Julian, the undisputed MVP of the UK mission. She had discovered the Macassians' weakness and saved countless lives. Her fame skyrocketed. Rumors even circulated that the royal family would soon award her a special honor. As their flight landed, Julian walked into the airport and instantly caught everyone's attention. The cameras flashed. Every reporter turned toward her, asking questions about how she figured out the Macassians' weakness. Kang, walking beside her, was also asked to share a few words, as reports said he had slain the most monsters during the expedition. A proud party of 200 heroes, led by Julian, had returned home. Their efforts had saved the UK. It was now global news. The key to defeating Macassians was spraying red fire ant extract into the air, which paralyzed the monsters instantly. Outside the airport, far from the noise and celebration, we see Dajan. Dressed in a hoodie, standing silently, he watched everything unfold on a nearby TV screen. And the moment his eyes landed on Kang, his face turned cold with anger. The scene shifts to a hotel where we see that Julian had brought many gifts for Dajan, along with his family. The boy was shocked, wondering why the lady was doing this, but she ignored everything and simply told Dajan that one bag was for him, and the other two were for his grandma and sister. As the boy picked the bags up, Julian told him to take them home and open them there, not to check them now because it was embarrassing. But Dajan did it anyway and saw that it was a pretty expensive shirt that she had bought. Julian just smiled, telling the boy that it was a thank you gift for helping her out, because she had become a hero due to Dajan's help, and compared to the help she had received from him, this was just a small token. She even offered that if Dajan needed a car, he could just tell her, and she would buy it without hesitation. Dajan closed the bag after placing the gift inside, telling Julian that he would let her know whenever he needed something. He was also grateful for the help she had given him, since he had managed to get out of the prosecutor's grasp because of her. But suddenly, the lady grew serious, asking Dajan if he wasn't going to answer the question about how he knew the Macassians' weakness. Dajan simply didn't see any reason to reveal his secrets, and Julian just sighed, asking him what his plan was moving forward. Meanwhile, we come to know that deep inside she was worried. Even though she didn't expect Dajan to say something like obtaining world peace or just living peacefully, if the boy was targeting Hong or maybe Kang, then it would definitely be serious, and she would have to stop him, or else he might get injured. But to everyone's surprise, Dajan just told her that he should probably buy a house first, because the place he was currently living in was on lease, and it was going to expire soon. As the scene shifts, we come to a pretty-looking resort with multiple ladies playing games inside a swimming pool. But in the middle of it all was Kang, who was sulking, frustrated that he didn't get what he wanted, and that Julian had taken all the glory. He was confused about why the girl was acting so differently from before. She knew the Macassians' weakness and had even mentioned how she had found out about it. Kang remembered a flashback on the plane when Julian had been sleeping with her eyes closed by his side. Back then, Kang had tried to ask her about who Dajan actually was, but the lady had given a cold reply, silence. Kang couldn't understand how she could stay silent about someone she was protecting so openly. After all, she had even beaten up a prosecutor to get Dajan out. Not only that, Julian was there when Dajan beat up Kang's cousin. But Julian had immediately gotten annoyed when the topic came up, saying it was Kial who started it first, and since the assassination he attempted via the gate failed, he had gotten what he deserved. Even on the day of the fight, it was Kial who had picked the fight first, and Dajan had simply defended himself. But even after hearing all of that, Kang just smiled intently, his face showing a devilish look, telling the lady that his cousin got greedy for pocket change, so he deserved whatever Dajan did to him. But still, Kial was Kang's cousin, and he had every right and reason to get revenge on Dajan himself. Julian looked at Kang for a long moment, then turned around and acted as though she didn't even care, telling Kang that he could do whatever he wanted and that she wasn't going to get involved. Even Kang was shocked by her behavior, wondering if maybe Julian's relationship with Dajun wasn't as deep as he had thought. Julian simply closed her eyes and said that she had no reason to get involved. As we returned to the present, Kang was still contemplating why Julian had said that. He knew that Dajun definitely had something up his sleeve, something he didn't yet understand. The scene then shifts to Shrubbery City in England, a region recently ruined by a monster wave. The UK Hero Association was deploying as many heroes as possible to subdue the wave and secure hero magic stones before the second wave. Two adventurers were standing near the fissure. One of them commented that if they just had red flower extract, even D-ranks like them could take down a Macashan. The other was also disappointed, knowing that if they had just stopped the wave in advance, this place could have become a good hero magic stone source. We learned that once a wave occurs in a fissure, it can no longer be converted into a gate. Each time a different monster would come through, and not necessarily the Macashan they knew how to handle. The adventurers found it terrifying, not knowing what kind of monster might show up next, especially since entire countries had fallen due to a lack of information. Suddenly, one of the adventurers turned around. The other asked what was going on. As the fissure began imploding, the first adventurer said he just felt like someone was coming. The raid team had only entered the fissure 5 hours ago, so it wasn't time for them to exit yet. The two adventurers decided to stay alert, knowing that civilians might show up sniffing around for hero magic stones, and they would have to protect the area. But before they could even finish their thoughts, the fissure began acting strangely. The adventurers sensed that their lives were in danger. A heavily armored man stepped out of the fissure, completely covered from head to toe, exuding an ominous aura. The adventurers immediately knew that this man wasn't a hero. His outfit and presence didn't match anything familiar, and his body was covered in scars as if he had fought countless monsters. The first officer told the other to contact headquarters immediately, but before he could do that, the man pulled several nails from his hand and began using magic. The nails levitated the two adventurers, who were left confused about what was happening to them. They were skilled adventurers and tried to defend themselves by drawing their weapons, but every knife they threw was deflected easily. The armored man said they were too weak to handle him. His face was heavily scarred, half of it horribly disfigured. With a single blow, he crushed both officers under the sheer pressure of gravity, their bodies twisting and distorting before succumbing to death. Once finished, the man used another spell, but instead of a destructive one, he pulled out a smartphone that showed a percentage reading, 19.26%. The man was visibly shocked, mumbling to himself that even after 10 long years in this world, the percentage hadn't even reached 20%. He wondered if triggering a dimensional fissure in this world had been a failure, and realized he first needed to raise the mana concentration. One of the adventurers was still barely alive, unable to understand what the man was talking about, asking him who he was. But the man only smiled and smashed the adventurer to bits, dismembering his body while clearly enjoying the act. With a wide grin, he muttered that it was time to begin exterminating these two filthy bugs. As the scene shifts, we arrive at a beautiful-looking place, a facility deep inside the forest known as Paju. There, we see Dajun walking across a quiet field, but he suddenly senses something unusual. Turning his head, he sees multiple monsters erupting from the once peaceful ground. Just moments ago, it had looked calm, but now these insect-like monsters had burst out, hungry for prey. Dajun, however, remained calm, looking down into the holes the creatures had made. His eyes scanned the ground, estimating that there were 26 of them within a 100-meter radius. He quietly wondered how many would survive if he simply unleashed a blast straight into one of the burrows. A devilish grin stretched across his face, already knowing the mayhem he was about to cause. He released the blast, and at first nothing happened. But just a few seconds later, as the orb touched the dirt, both large holes exploded violently, completely decimating the creatures and scattering their bodies like garbage. Dajun was slightly surprised by the force, realizing his power was growing. With a satisfied smile, he stood still and watched the fireworks unfold. The scene then shifts once again, now to a tall building where an old man was sitting, listening to a report. Another man, an employee under him, was speaking about a certain young man who had been hard to deal with. They had confirmed that the boy was a hero, and the old man asked about the readings from the hero measuring device. The employee, Min, who was the deputy director of the Hero Association, admitted that the results were inconclusive and strange. Just then, a burly man burst into the room, acting as if he owned the place. He ranted about the boy being insolent, insisting that whenever the association asked something, the hero had a responsibility to answer truthfully. This loudmouth turned out to be Park, the vice president of the Hero Association. But Min clearly didn't care about his barking, focusing instead on the real issue. He explained to the director that all signs pointed to a larger conspiracy, that the incident had started as a planned attack by the hero named Kial. As Min spoke, the scene returned to Dajan, who was enjoying himself while killing the centipede monsters, not giving them even the slightest chance to escape. The employee continued, explaining how during a recent near-death gate incident, Dajan had awakened new strength after desperately fighting for survival. It was revealed that Kial had orchestrated an assassination attempt on him, and that could very well be the reason why Dajan was now taking revenge, both on Kial and on the newly appeared monsters near his house. Even if some of his actions appeared excessive, what was certain was that Dajan's strength was overwhelming. While this explanation unfolded, Dajan kept testing his powers, ruthlessly eradicating every last centipede. These monsters were a danger to humanity, and he had no remorse in dealing with them. The old man, meanwhile, understood that Dajan was like a wild horse, difficult to manage, but loyal to the core. And since he had already requested an official hero license, and had someone acting as a guarantor, they had been able to skip the usual procedures. The director was curious to know who the guarantor was, assuming it had to be someone from the association. But everyone in the room was shocked when the answer came out. It was Julian, an S-ranked hero, who had personally guaranteed Dajan and vouched for his loyalty. Back in the field, Dajan paid no attention to all this. He was too busy wiping out the monsters. After the massacre, he glanced at his hero license, which now shone brightly with a golden hue, proof that he had been acknowledged as the 8th S-ranked hunter in the country. That meant he was now allowed to hunt freely inside the rift zones, something he didn't mind at all. It was revealed that Dajan was currently fighting inside one such rift zone, and back at the office the old man couldn't stop laughing, amazed that the moment Dajan got his license, he had rushed straight to Paju. There was no doubt now that the boy was special. His speed, strength, and decisiveness made him a true powerhouse. But Park, the fat vice president, was still unconvinced. He began scolding the employee again, pointing out that Dajan had entered a level 2 rift alone, without any guild support, calling it insanity. But when both the chairman and Min looked at him coldly, he quickly stopped complaining and began trying to flatter the old man. He argued that if Dajan really was as strong as he seemed, and if he survived this alone, they should reveal his identity to the public and promote him. After all, he was the 8th S-ranked hero in the country. But before he could go further, Min stopped him, reminding him that before taking such steps, they needed to ask for Dajan's opinion, and whether he even wanted that kind of publicity. Still playing the genius, the vice president reasoned that in times of instability, the public would feel reassured if a new S-ranked hero appeared. He then looked to the director, clearly hoping to win his support. Now, the president found himself in a dilemma. Both arguments made sense, and finally he decided that it would be best to meet Dajan personally to evaluate the situation properly. Meanwhile, back in the rift zone, Dajan was still fighting. With each kill, his strength and agility increased. The centipedes began using tactics, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers, but he was simply too fast. One of his skills cut through 3 at once, creating a blade of fire that extended endlessly and wiped out dozens more before they even understood what happened. Landing lightly on the ground, Dajan stood atop a pile of fallen monsters, satisfied to see his power steadily returning. But he was starting to feel the drain. His mana was running low, and using bare hands all the time was no longer sustainable. If he wanted to continue fighting like this, he would need a proper weapon, one suited specifically for him, as soon as possible. The scene shifts once again to the hero complex, where a man sat inside a weapon shop, lazily playing games and scrolling through Instagram reels. Someone entered the shop. It was none other than our boy Dajan, who had come with the intention of crafting a weapon using some materials he had collected. But the man at the reception didn't even look up, asking bluntly whether Dajan had a reservation. When Dajan didn't answer, the man grew annoyed and told him that only customers with prior bookings were allowed in, so he should just go try another store. But Dajan already knew something was shady. He pointed out that when he had tried to contact the shop earlier, no one had picked up, yet now he was being told he needed a reservation. This contradiction clearly irritated him, but the receptionist didn't care, dismissing him like he was just some nobody. He added that they were fully booked and didn't have time for walk-ins, suggesting that Dajan try another store since all the craftsmen nearby were in high demand. That was when Dajan snapped. Grabbing the man's collar and pulling him close, he demanded to know whether he was the actual boss. The man was taken aback, thinking this guy was insane, but he admitted he wasn't the boss. He was just the boss's son, slacking off at the front desk. Now in a really foul mood, Dajan told him to go call his father immediately or things would escalate. Dajan hadn't come all the way here for nothing. He had chosen this place for a reason and had no intention of going elsewhere. Reluctantly, the receptionist yelled into the back of the shop, announcing loudly that a customer wanted to speak to his father. From inside, an older man with a weaponsmith's helmet on his head appeared, asking Dajan who had introduced him to their shop. This man was Choi, a veteran hero weapons craftsman. Dajan calmly told him that Julian had recommended the place. At the mention of the S-rank hero's name, the old man turned serious, while his son began sweating nervously. Choi wanted to make sure he had heard right and asked again if it was really Julian who sent him. Rather than repeating himself, Dajan silently reached into his bag and pulled something out for the old man to inspect. While Choi examined the sharp, pointed object, his son leaned closer, curious about what it was. It turned out to be the tip of a giant black killer fang, something Choi hadn't seen in ages. Dajan began explaining his request. He wanted a moderately sleek sword, but as long as possible. Choi seemed surprised by the idea, thinking Dajan was being unrealistic. With non-metallic minerals like the killer fang, stretching the material too far would weaken its durability. He recommended making 2 medium-length blades instead. But Dajan pushed back, asking bluntly whether Choi was trying to admit he lacked the skill to do what was asked. He then suggested forging a long sword by connecting 2 pieces together, and repeated that a long weapon was necessary. He didn't stop there. Dajan insisted the sword should have the highest possible mana absorption rate as well. Before Choi could respond, his son angrily stepped in, offended that someone would question his father's skill. He loudly declared that all weapons crafted here had at least grade 3 mana absorption. In response, Dajan didn't say a word. He simply pulled out a sword, gripping it tightly and pouring his mana into it. As golden light surged through the blade, it couldn't handle the influx and cracked almost immediately. The weapon, unable to absorb that much energy, tore like paper and crumbled to the floor. Choi and his son were stunned to witness something so unbelievable, done with such ease. Dajan stood firm, telling Choi that if their shop was going to keep producing such garbage, they might as well close down and stop scamming customers. The son was too stunned to react, but the old man was now deadly serious. The scene cuts to another rift zone filled with dense greenery. A monster with enormous eyes and teeth, hunger in its crimson gaze, loomed nearby. It was a forest cyclops, ready to attack, until it realized its opponent was none other than Dajan. But the cyclops' screeching only annoyed him. Dajan leapt into the air, blade ready, and sliced through the creature midair. Enraged, the cyclops hurled a massive tree at him, but Dajan's blade cut through it in an instant. His intent to kill was clear. He wasn't holding back at all. The cyclops couldn't believe what it was seeing, a lone human overwhelming it with ease. As its body burned from the attacks, it tried to rely on its healing ability to recover, wearing a twisted grin that assumed Dajan couldn't finish the job. But Dajan wasn't done. Grabbing the cyclops from behind, he burned it to a crisp to prevent any healing, and when the timing was right, he cleanly severed its head, ending it for good. The monster's body crashed to the ground, lifeless. Exhausted from maintaining the mana blade for so long, Dajan took a moment to breathe. Then he pulled out a jar from his bag and began extracting liquid from the cyclops' charred corpse. He was satisfied with the kill, but the contents of the jar were far more valuable than any monster's life. Later that night, Dojin returned to the weapon shop and handed the Cyclops fluid to the weaponsmith's son. The man looked puzzled, wondering what it was. Dojin told him to stop asking questions and simply call his father. With this fluid, the old man would be able to connect the two black killer fangs. Without waiting for a response, Dojin turned and left, leaving the stunned son behind. As he walked along the road, Dojin reflected on his day, recognizing that he had managed to collect all the basic materials. But to enhance the mana absorption of the blade even further, he still needed one final component. He knew there was only one place left on Earth where that rare material could be found. The next morning, the scene changes to a stunning facility with every possible modern amenity. A phone rang, and it was Dojin calling. The one who answered the call was none other than Julian herself, surprised to hear Dojin say that he needed to go to Brazil for something important. Inside that fancy-looking place, many people were enjoying their vacation. Beautiful girls played and flirted with handsome boys, all having a good time. The scene shifted to Julian and her friend, lounging on sunbath chairs. Julian asked if the association had decided to send heroes to Brazil. Her friend explained that since the Brazilian government and Hero Association were struggling to close the Rift Zone, they had decided to request help from heroes worldwide on a large scale. The lady mentioned that although the monsters in Brazil were violent, they dropped a lot of magic stones. And since the salary from the association was decent, the Ladies' Guild also decided to join in. It made financial sense. Julian was shocked, but the guild master wasn't done. She teased Julian, suggesting she bring her crush along so they could enjoy Brazil together. Flustered, Julian didn't deny it, which made her friend push further, asking if it was true that Dojin had been newly appointed as the 8th S-Class hero. Julian, just as surprised, admitted she wasn't sure. Her friend didn't care, deciding to trust the rumors, saying that since Julian and Dojin seemed close, they should know a bit about each other. Julian blushed deeper, telling her friend to shut up, but the teasing didn't stop. Her friend joked about leaving the two alone to hunt monsters, or perhaps something else entirely, making Julian's face turn crimson. Eventually, Julian agreed to the idea, and her friend cheered, saying Julian would be a great help in the mission. But Julian warned her that whether Dojin would actually come depended entirely on his mood. The scene shifted back to the weaponsmith shop, where the old man was still shocked at how Dojin figured out the exact material needed to stick the fangs together. It looked like the materials had never been separated, as if they had fused perfectly without a single crack. Curious, he asked how Dojin knew Cyclops' blood could be used that way, but the boy only smiled. The son, still flustered, couldn't understand how Dojin knew such obscure things. With the issue solved, the old man told Dojin he could now complete the order. The sword could be extended up to 180 centimeters without much problem. Now that business was underway, Dojin detailed what he wanted: a sword that functioned as a two-hander but could still be wielded with one hand. He wanted the weight adjusted to around 5 kg. The old man noticed Dojin's shift in tone. He was calm, formal even. Initially, he'd assumed Dojin was just some brat, but now he saw the boy had manners, and the weapon must be quite important to him. A 5 kg sword, especially one of that length, would be heavy to swing single-handedly, especially not just once or twice. Still, Dojin insisted. He then asked how long it would take. The old man replied it'd take at least a month, but the mana absorption would reach grade 7, a very respectable level. Yet Dojin wasn't satisfied. He doubted the sword could handle his full power at just grade 7, and considered that the other material might be necessary for enhancement. Without wasting time, he turned and told the old man to shape the blade for now, and they'd enhance mana absorption after he brought the final material. The old man was stunned. He seemed to know what Dojin meant and understood how rare that ingredient was. Still, he wondered how the boy planned to acquire it. A few days later, in a parking area, a glimmering, obviously expensive car stood out. Julian had bought it for none other than Dojin, who admired it with a rare smile and thanked her. She teased him, asking if he was really so modest as to only want something worth 100 million won when she could do more. But Dojin just smiled and said this was all he needed. As he examined the car, Julian's heart fluttered. She told herself not to overreact. While he checked the details of the vehicle, she asked him what he'd discussed with the Hero Association. Dajan replied that they wanted to reveal his identity publicly, and he told them he'd demand a massive sum if they did. Julian was stunned, reminding him that the president valued justice and despised people who chased money. Calmly, Dajan said he already knew, and that the negotiations had broken down, so there was no issue. He got into the car, and Julian asked if they could just get along, saying she'd appreciate it if Dajan considered her a guarantor and acted comfortably around her. Without a word, he shut the car door in her face. But Julian wasn't one to give up. She walked around and got in from the other side, quietly fastening her seatbelt. She told him the association was busy due to the Brazil dispatch, and when she had free time, she would speak with the president again. Dajan perked up at the mention of Brazil. Julian explained that they were planning to close off the Brazilian rift zone completely. As they talked, their hands brushed and landed on the same spot, and when Dajan asked if she was going too, the closeness flustered Julian beyond words. Still, she managed to say yes and asked why he wanted to know. This time, it was Dajan who leaned in and said they should go together. Blushing furiously, Julian could barely process what she heard. The scene shifted again, this time to a much uglier red face, President Hong. She was in a meeting with Kang, demanding to know how much more money he wanted. Kang, with a devilish smile and one eye closed, told her this was no time to pinch pennies. Furious, Hong screamed that he had already received 30 billion as a deposit and now wanted even more. But putting money aside, she asked when he would start the work. Time was running out. Kang calmly said that assassins might kill, but they were terrible at gathering information. He began revealing everything, telling her the target was Dajan, an S-class hero who had recently been tested and was now the 8th in the country. The ground metaphorically shattered under Hong's feet as she accused him of lying. Kang didn't argue. He stood and said she was free to believe him or not, but she'd regret it if she lost to Dajan. Just as he turned to leave, she stopped him with a shaky voice, asking if he was truly serious. Now her true panic showed. If Dajan was really S-class, she couldn't handle it alone. Practically begging, she said if money was the issue, she'd pay even more. Kang smiled, knowing he had her. He hoped they could be good business partners, but Hong didn't care. Revenge was all that mattered. Just then, Kang's phone buzzed repeatedly. As he read the messages, he chuckled, turning the screen toward her. He said the heavens must be helping her, because now there was a perfect opportunity to eliminate Dajan without raising any suspicions. A huge airplane flew across the sky. Inside, dozens of heroes sat in silence, heading to Brazil. News about the mission had flooded social media, with praise pouring in for the Brazilian operation. A known Brazilian hero named Jiang and a well-paid Park Yu were also on board, along with Julian, who had now earned her place as a national hero. Kang was there too, as expected. He was famous for doing anything if the price was right. And finally, there was Dajan. While others whispered and posted about how powerful he was despite his age, he just calmly ate noodles. Kang watched him intently, trying to figure out what this young-looking S-rank hero was truly capable of. As the five boarded the plane together, their journey to Brazil began. The mission, to close the rift for good. The perspective was gliding down into Sao Paulo, where sunlight blazed off towering buildings. The city shone with glass and steel, framed by a flawless blue sky. Inside the Hero Association headquarters, tension clung to the control room. Faces were drawn, eyes fixed on the latest feed. The Korean expedition team had landed minutes ago. One executive broke the silence, murmuring good news while scrolling through arrival logs. They were the fastest nation to respond to Brazil's desperate call. Another executive added that some Koreans had skipped rest entirely, moving straight into action, true to the land of Pipali, that relentless hurry. Yet the praise felt thin. Beneath it simmered unease. A voice, almost too quiet to hear, whispered concern. What if the Koreans discovered that information? The reply came in an ominous monotone. There were no eternal secrets. All they could do was contain the truth until the operation ended. A reluctant nod followed, silence settling again. Everyone knew what they weren't saying. Brazil's national treasure hero Moraes had been defeated, killed by something unknown. And it wasn't a monster. The black box footage made it undeniable. The killer was human. The location was near Santarém, and even now no one could explain what had truly happened there. Elsewhere, a dimly lit conference room buzzed with static as the briefing crackled through comms. Among the participants sat Julian, her attention split between the meeting and the glow of her phone. She typed quickly, "Where are you? The briefing has already started." The reply came seconds later, still on the plane. Her eyes narrowed. That couldn't be right. They had disembarked together. She tapped again, disbelief slipping into her tone. "Didn't we get off earlier?" A blunt answer arrived. "I transferred my location." My destination was further. A pause stretched before she pressed again. What destination? The reply was only one word, Santarém. The name hit like iron, freezing the air. For a heartbeat, the comms went silent, then voices erupted in disbelief. Had he really gone there alone, to the most dangerous rift zone in the country, and the mission hadn't even begun? Back in the main briefing hall, order returned. The Brazilian associate stood before them, his voice steady as he laid out the plan. 2 days of adaptation, he said. Every team would then deploy to their requested rift zones. His words were professional, measured, but the weight of Santarém hung unspoken above them all. The truth no one wanted to face. Someone was already there, and that place was death itself. At Bomb Hotel, the story shifted again. Julian emerged with her luggage, her pace brisk, her eyes fixed. She stepped into a waiting cab ready to leave when the door was caught by a hand. A man stood there, his tone firm. Deployment wasn't meant to begin until after orientation. Julian met his warning calmly, replying that she had somewhere she wanted to check. He pressed, "Where?" Her answer landed like a shockwave. Santarém. For a moment he could only stare, speechless, as she closed the door. He knew even the association had advised against that cursed land. Watching her vanish into the city, he felt the weight of inevitability. The scene bled into barren earth. Shadows stretched across cracked ground, lifeless under a suffocating silence. The team gathered there, dust clinging to their boots, only to find Dodgen waiting. Julian confronted him at once, demanding an explanation. Why rush ahead alone? He didn't even glance at her, his reply flat. He had been waiting. They were the ones late. Frustration flared. If he had warned them, they wouldn't have had to sprint blindly into danger. Her breath escaped in a sharp exhale before she pressed further. "Tell us the real reason we're here." His answer was quiet, almost casual. Blue Croco, a ripple of disbelief spread. That was it? That was the reason he came all this way? Dodgen's gaze was unyielding. Did he need another reason? Julian's eyes narrowed. She reminded him she was 3 years older. He blinked, unimpressed. What difference did that make? She demanded respect. She had used polite speech, yet he switched between casual and formal at will. If he wanted awkwardness, he could keep doing that. His protest died half-spoken, words trailing into silence. Their argument drew whispers. 2 teammates muttered that he was really pushing Julian around. Another frowned. It was reckless, entering a rift unprepared. A third shrugged. With Hyun Jae and Julian here, what was there to fear? Another agreed she was strong, but reminded the others their leader was just a rookie. That drew a quiet correction. There were levels to rookies, and Dodgen was different. Legendary, even. If anyone could handle this, it was him. The deeper they moved into the rift, the heavier the air became. It pressed against their skin, dense with energy and something primal, something that whispered of danger. Julian broke the silence, hesitating before asking the question, gnawing at her. Hadn't Dodgen come here to shut the rift? His reply was ice. No, he was here to gather materials. Julian's voice rose, incredulous. Materials? His gaze didn't flicker. You don't waste a mine before draining it dry. The logic was cold, pragmatic, terrifying in its simplicity. Then the world split apart. A claw tore through the air, razor-sharp and blindingly fast, aimed straight at one of their teammates. The shield slammed up just in time, sparks bursting across its surface. Positions, someone shouted, the word slicing through panic. Power rippled, raw and suffocating. The ground trembled as a shape emerged, a creature massive and armored, energy thrumming across its body. A groan slipped from one throat. This was worse than the pictures. Another voice whispered it felt too dangerous. Too real. But Dodgen's voice cut through with unshakable certainty. Step aside. He gripped his sword, the weight of old words echoing in his mind. It won't be easy to claim the Blue Croco's heart with bare hands. Take this blade, the one I treasure. Use it to gather the material. His hold tightened. Resolve hardened. Then he moved. A blur of speed, a slash that split the world, dust exploding outward like a storm. The ground shuddered, silence crashing down in its wake. The creature still stood, or seemed to. For a second, hope flickered. One teammate smiled, fragile as glass, but the dust cleared and silence turned to shock. 2 of them froze, minds blank as the truth settled before their eyes. The monster was dead. Its body split clean, severed by a single strike. One slash, that was all it had taken. Dajun stood over the corpse, his sword steady, his expression unreadable. The thought crashed through them all at once, undeniable and absolute. Dajun wasn't just strong. He was something else entirely, something beyond what they had imagined. And in that moment, awe and fear became the same thing. The campfire crackled in the humid jungle night, sparks dancing upward as shadows swayed against the trees. The heroes sat in a loose circle, their bodies aching from battle, their voices hushed as though the darkness itself might listen. They had witnessed Dajun's power with their own eyes, yet they still whispered in disbelief. He had cut down blue crocos in numbers too great to count, his blade carving through the beasts like parchment. Even the memory left them trembling. One voice, low and cautious, reminded the group of what they had seen before, how he felled a cacastrian, a monster bird feared even among heroes with the same cold ease. The tone was reverent yet chilling. Around the fire their words blended into the night. Dajun paid them no attention. He sat apart, calm, turning meat over the flame, as if their awe and fear were nothing more than wind in the trees. Julian approached, her expression steady but curious, her steps carrying her into the fire's glow. She stood before him, arms unfolded, and asked if he had finished sorting the blue croco hearts. Dajun said nothing at first, simply revealed the carefully packed hearts beside him, already done as if such a task had been nothing. Julian frowned, staring at the trophies of their battle, and wondered aloud what such organs could be used for. Her eyes drifted to the meat he was grilling, its color strange under the firelight. She narrowed her gaze. That doesn't look like beef. Dajun calmly replied that it was blue croco meat, perfectly edible, then offered her a share. Julian recoiled in shock, a grimace pulling her face. With disgust sharp in her voice, she demanded why anyone would eat such a thing when they had plenty of normal rations. His answer was blunt. If she didn't want it, she didn't have to eat. Without another word, he tore into the meat himself, chewing with quiet resolve. Their teammates stared, unsettled, unable to look away. One of them blurted the question aloud, could such meat really be safe? But disbelief turned into pure astonishment when Julian, her pride balanced against her instinct, finally leaned down and accepted a slice. Her teammates gawked as though she had lost her mind. "Are you really going to eat that?" one demanded. Julian's reply was simple. Dajun said it's edible. The campfire light flickered across her face as she took a bite. Her eyes widened not with disgust but with surprise. It was good. Better than good even. The shift was small but undeniable. Trust had been placed and rewarded. That single act sent murmurs rippling through the group, though their focus was no longer on the strange meat. Their gazes turned instead to the bond forming between the calm swordsman and the proud woman. A blue-haired girl leaned forward with a teasing grin, her voice sly. She pressed Dajun, asking what his secret was. How had he managed to win over someone like Julian, who had never been swayed by men, who was famous for rejecting anyone who dared approach her? The questions grew sharper, pointed, playful. What dating trick, what hidden charm had made her trust him so easily? For a moment Dajun's eyes dimmed, his thoughts drifting far beyond the fire. Memories surfaced, faces of noble ladies from another world, from another life. Lady Grain of the Grain Count family, Luanda of the Leslie line, Veronica, whose name still lingered like a ghost in a ruined world. His chest tightened, but the reverie shattered when the blue-haired girl snapped at him again. Couldn't he hear her? What was his secret? Dajun's reply was soft, cryptic. Honey doesn't seek the bee. The words fell heavy, earning groans and laughter from the group. The cheesiest line they had ever heard, they declared. The girl blinked, momentarily stunned, then lashed out, smacking Julian in sudden playful frustration. Julian winced, caught off guard, glaring as pain flared across her shoulder. Far from the jungle, Sao Paulo glittered beneath the midday sun. Inside a sleek office, Kang leaned back with mounting frustration. Reports told him the operation had yet to start. He muttered darkly if the Koreans had rushed to Brazil merely for free meals. His mind circled back to Dajun, to Yongin-ju and her silky fragrance Flower Guild, and to their unexpected march toward Santarém. Why that place? Was there anything of worth in such a cursed zone? The Brazilian authorities had warned only of danger. Nothing valuable, only death. But with Dajun, nothing ever followed expectation. Kang's phone vibrated, the shrill sound cutting his thoughts. Director Hong's voice demanded answers. Was Dajun still alive, and when would he actually begin his mission? Kang asked why she pressed the matter again. Her reply chilled the room. Dajan's father had seen the news of his S-rank status. Orders had been given, bring him back. Kang's lips twisted in a half-smile. Even the great T group is stepping in. Then Kang asked Director as she fussed. He mocked the tension in her voice only to be cut short by her command. No jokes, this was life or death. Kang studied the map of Brazil as her words faded, muttering that he had finally found the right partner. Another call followed, a colder voice. Dajan would never return from Brazil, it said. That plan was already set in motion. He circled Santermin map. Director Hong's voice barked at him to end the line. Kang exhaled, then told his assistant to contact Tekashi. Their enemies would be pleased. Dajan had walked straight into isolation. The scene returned to the jungle. Lush green spread endlessly before them, vines draped like curtains, insects buzzing thick in the heat. Julian led with a map in hand, her brow creased. She warned Dajan that they were heading deeper into a region known for dangerous monsters. His reply was calm, certain. He already knew. Her eyes narrowed. What kind? He answered without hesitation. A lynx. The words made her falter. He said it so casually, as if he had known all along. She demanded how he could be so certain. His reply was steady, of course he knew. She stopped him, holding out small cases of earplugs. I won't stop you, she said firmly, but wear these. The lynx's cry can paralyze the mind. Dajan's answer was colder than the jungle air. He didn't need them. He was fine without. Julian pressed harder, anger creeping into her tone. Don't underestimate the lynx. The Brazilian Association had warned them. Still, he walked forward, his steps calm and unshaken, and the others followed despite the unease. Night fell, a canopy of stars glittering above as the forest breathed with unseen life. The group pressed onward, their pace slow beneath the moonlight. Dajan led, his figure cutting a path through the dark, unbothered by the endless dangers. None of them realized the eyes watching from above. A figure crouched in the treetops, half shadow, half beast. Red eyes burned in the night, a wolf silhouette framed by the full moon. The silence was broken only by the crunch of boots on leaves until the trees thinned, and the air shifted. They had entered the lynx's territory. The cry went up at once. Shouts of recognition burst from the group. It's a lynx! The words rang out in disbelief. The beast looked forward, sleek and terrible, its form both graceful and lethal under the stars. Panic surged. The blue-haired girls screamed for everyone to cover their ears. They obeyed instantly, hands clutching the plugs Julian had given them. All but one. Dajan stood still, untouched by fear, his eyes locked on the predator. He had not raised his hands. He had not covered his ears. Calm as stone, he faced the lynx alone, the firelight of the camp still burning faint in the distance behind him. The lynx tilted its head back. The night split open with a howl. The night trembled as the lynx raised its head and released a bone-chilling howl. The cry tore through the silence like a blade, rattling the jungle with a sound so sharp it felt carved into bone. The heroes winced, their hands clamping over their ears, each one struggling against the wave of disorienting echoes. The air itself seemed to split under the force. Only Dajan did not move. His stance held steady, his eyes locked onto the beast. He watched it without flinching, without fear, as if the sound existed in some world apart from him. Julian's wide eyes snapped toward him, confusion rising in her chest. Why isn't he covering his ears? How can he endure this? Before her questions could form into words, Dajan bent down, fingers brushing over the ground. He picked up a jagged stone. Fire coiled around it instantly, summoned as naturally as breath. In the blink of an eye, he hurled it with deadly precision. The flaming missile struck the lynx squarely, and the howl cracked, choking into silence. The night grew still. Julian lowered her trembling hands from her ears, her heart hammering. The others did the same, murmuring relief. But the lynx did not stay. Its form rippled with anger before darting into the shadows of the trees. And then Dajan ran. What is he doing? One teammate hissed. Is he insane? Julian's voice wavered in disbelief. The cry had stopped. They followed, though every instinct screamed against it. His footsteps carried him deeper into the lynx's territory, where the forest darkened into something primal. Shapes stirred among the branches. Dozens of red eyes blinked open in the night. More lynxes emerged, stepping from the darkness, hulking bodies flexing, their fur etched with faint glowing runes. The ground vibrated as the largest one strode forward. Its murderous gaze burned like molten iron. Its fangs gleamed, lips curled into a snarl that promised nothing but death. Julian froze. Something inside her stirred, alien and terrifying, as if the beast's very presence had touched a hidden chord in her soul. Her chest locked, her breath caught, and then her vision blurred. The world spun red. Her pupils flared, glowing the same sinister hue as the monster's. In that moment, Dajun was already beside her. His hand covered her eyes, his voice cutting through her confusion like steel. "Don't look," Julian gasped. "W what?" "It's not the howl," he warned the group, voice steady, commanding. "It's their gaze. Close your eyes and trust me." Disbelief rippled through them, but none dared to argue. The lynxes growled low, their eyes burning brighter, trying to ensnare minds. Julian's breath trembled, but she obeyed, darkness shielding her. Dajun stepped forward alone. His blade shimmered faintly. In a single motion, fire bloomed along its edge, spiraling upward, coiling around him like blazing constellations. The air thickened, hot and heavy, as the flames circled his form. "Is this all I can do?" A fleeting doubt flickered through his thoughts, but he cast it aside. His voice, silent in the world but firm in his heart, invoked the form, Badiayan family swordsmanship. First form, the miracle forged by the sword. His eyes lit with fire, glowing like twin embers. He gathered the aura into one point, the blade blazing brighter than the stars. Then, with a single sweep, he unleashed it. A storm of flame erupted. The fireball streaked across the night like a second sun, splitting the darkness, devouring the air with its roar. In the next instant it struck, detonating against the lynx pack with the force of a collapsing world. The jungle convulsed. Trees exploded into embers, soil turned molten, sparks showered down like meteors. A blazing trench carved itself across the battlefield, glowing with molten fire. Heat scorched the air. The world was undone in one swing. Julian's chest heaved. She lifted her gaze to the inferno before her, her lips parting in shock. This isn't human. This is something else. Around her, the heroes stared in silence, horror and awe etched into their faces. Words failed them. Among the flames, a lynx's body collapsed, charred and lifeless. The others, what few remained, trembled where they stood. Their glowing eyes dimmed, stripped of strength, beaten into fear. Dajun advanced, step by step, his blade gleaming, reflecting the fire's light. The surviving lynxes bared their fangs, their crimson gazes trying desperately to snare his mind. It was useless. With a motion as clean as air, his sword sliced. The first beast fell, its head rolling into the flames. Its howl broke into silence, extinguished forever. Pathetic, he thought, coldly brushing aside its gaze as if it were nothing. Those cursed eyes would haunt no one else again. He bent down, hand unflinching, and plucked the glowing red eyes from the severed head. The flames licked at his form, but he did not falter. His voice came low, calm, carrying only certainty. "I have use for these." And Dajun, with cold resolve, turned his gaze to the shadows, already seeking the next path forward. Du-jun, Julian, Jiang-in-ju, and the other party members were described as walking through a jungle, with Julian and Jiang-in-ju noticing Du-jun, and they were nearby. It was narrated that the sight of Du-jun provoked an internal reaction of astonishment, which was described as utterly mind-blowing. The narrator noted that such power did not seem human, and wondered whether he could be stronger than Shabri Alphonse. It was observed that someone speculated he might be killed at Lester level, and that if he were Kane Lester level, then he would be the world's strongest hero, which the narrator judged to be excessive. At that moment, underworld monsters began to appear around them, and a boy nearby was said to have remarked that Du-jun seemed completely oblivious to the atmosphere. Julian was reported to have reflected that she lacked brains after all. The narration continued that, as the underworld monsters began to dash toward the group, Du-jun counted them with his punches and then vanished from his place as he entered the fight. It was described how, in an instant, he scattered the monsters and blew their heads apart as quickly as possible. The aftermath was depicted with body parts flying through the air, and the team was said to be totally shocked by Du-jun's massacre-level performance. After the fight had been completed quietly by Du-jun, the narration said that he reunited with the team, and they resumed walking through the jungle. Someone then asked about swordsmanship, which caused confusion for Du-jun according to the account. Julian was described as asking where the skill had been learned. The narrator recorded that Du-jun remembered what Julian had mentioned and asked why she wanted to learn it. It was reported that Julian had asked whether she could learn it as well. Du-jun reflected that in such a peaceful world, there would be little need for that technique. He then asked when she would ever use it if she learned it now, according to the narration. Julian was described as thinking that there was a limit to ignoring someone and that she too was an S-grade hero. She declared that she would use the skill at least once before dying. The narration said that Do-jun quietly looked at her and stared, and Julian then inferred that he understood what she thought of her. In the background, a girl was depicted as thinking that everyone was merely playing around. Jiang and Ju then suggested exiting the fracture, and the group agreed and proceeded toward the exit. Jiang and Ju was described as thinking that thanks to Do-jun they had cleared the area without any damage, and that next time they could shorten the time even more when entering too closely. After exiting, the narration reported that someone began shouting that they would kill. Jiang and Ju was rendered as wondering who was speaking in Japanese. Someone else was then said to have shouted about daring to interfere, and Jiang and Ju moved forward thinking that the voice was definitely familiar. It was revealed that the speaker was an S-grade hero from Yakuza Baga, and that he served as guild leader of the Tegoku Guild. Ryoma Takashi was described as looking at them with furious eyes and moving closer to Do-jun, while declaring that he had been finally going to have some fun until they interfered. The narration explained that Ryoma Takashi ordered Do-jun to get lost before smashing his face, and that he threatened to kill him. Do-jun was reported to have thought that the leader's companions seemed to dislike him, and observed that they appeared uncomfortable. Do-jun was described as responding roughly and reflecting more precisely on the situation, considering the real body owner had studied it. Ryoma Takashi was said to have called Do-jun a bastard, and one of his guild members demanded that Do-jun bow and apologize immediately. Another member attempted to explain who Ryoma Takashi was and why he should be respected, but Do-jun was described as coldly expressing disinterest. He then told them to get lost and positioned himself in front of Ryoma Takashi. Jiang and Ju was described as thinking that the Tegoku Guild ranked in Japan's top 5 and that, coming from a Yakuza background, its leader was notorious for a tuggish Tempidu junit. She judged that no matter how strong Do-jun seemed, the situation should be avoided and thus intervened by asking both sides to calm down. A guild member then said that this was not a place for a female to interfere. Jiang and Ju was depicted as reacting coldly to the notion of being dismissed for being female, and a guild member insulted her further by calling her a monkey bastard and accusing her of insulting Ryoma Takashi. Jiang and Ju shouted for everyone to be quiet and introduced herself as Jiang and Ju of the Republic of Korea's Silk Fragrant Flower Dance Guild, suggesting that it would be better for both sides to settle matters. Ryoma Takashi asked what should be done about a guild he had never heard of, and taunted whether she needed a man to fight for her. The narration continued that Ryoma Takashi then turned and grabbed Julian's hand, but Do-jun quickly intervened and stopped him. Ryoma Takashi demanded that Do-jun move aside, slapped him, and said that business would come later while telling him to stay crushed for the moment. Do-jun was said to have thought that this had been a calculated provocation and that he would take the leader on. He then immediately fired himself up and punched Ryoma Takashi straight in the face, sending him flying into his comrades, which shocked all the guild members. Do-jun declared that since the leader had hit first, his action was self-defense, and he ordered everyone to step back. The narration described Do-jun challenging the small fry to clear out, and Ryoma Takashi responding by taking off his shirt and entering the fight in a rage mode. Julian was described as thinking about Do-jun and considering that he should only kill the leader halfway, reflecting on restraint in the confrontation. As the duel began, all the guild members and Do-jun's own teammates were struck with shock and disbelief. The tension in the air grew heavy as both sides watched closely, waiting to see who would strike first. In the very next instant, Do-jun moved with blinding speed and delivered a powerful kick straight to Ryoma Takashi's head, the impact so strong that it shattered the floor beneath them. Ryoma Takashi let out a painful scream as his body collapsed, but before he could recover, Do-jun followed up with another devastating kick that sent him flying across the ground like a broken doll. The guild members stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror, and whispered among themselves that there was no way anyone could be this strong. They had always believed their leader to be invincible, but the reality unfolding before them crushed their confidence. Ryoma Takashi himself struggled to comprehend the situation, thinking in disbelief that this was not at all what he had heard about Du-jun. Slowly, Du-jun began releasing even more of his powers, his aura radiating so intensely that it chilled everyone present. His cold eyes fixed on Ryoma Takashi, and in that moment the man was certain he was about to die. Fear overcame Ryoma Takashi, and he attempted to escape by running away. But Du-jun moved faster than human eyes could follow and appeared right in front of him within a blink. He confronted Ryoma Takashi and accused him of picking the fight because someone else had ordered it. Ryoma Takashi's heart sank as despair filled his eyes, and Du-jun explained that he could roughly guess who had sent him. Without hesitation, Du-jun placed his hand firmly on Ryoma Takashi's head, exerting control, and as the man pleaded desperately for mercy, Du-jun coldly refused. Then, with immense force, Du-jun delivered a brutal punch straight to his face, silencing his cries. The scene left Du-jun's team stunned as they witnessed their leader dominate the enemy as though he were nothing more than an insect. Du-jun stood calmly over the defeated guild leader, showing no signs of exhaustion or doubt. Jiang-in-ju, who had been carefully observing, thought to herself that although she had expected Du-jun to win, she never imagined the fight would be so one-sided. Sita, however, remained completely silent, her eyes fixed on the ground as if lost in thought. Du-jun pressed his foot against Ryoma Takashi's head, making the onlookers fear for his life even more. Jiang-in-ju muttered with worry that if no one stopped him now, Ryoma Takashi might actually die, urging Julian to intervene. Julian quickly reacted and shouted for Du-jun to stop, warning him that the man would die at this rate. But Du-jun calmly replied that he would take responsibility for what happened. Sita, filled with urgency, ran over to him, grabbed his hand tightly, and tried to drag him away like a stubborn child. She shouted at him, asking what responsibility he meant and how he thought he could possibly take it, insisting that he should never do things that required such responsibility in the first place. Du-jun, however, remained unmoved and explained that he had encountered many cowardly men like this before, and believed it was better to kill them outright. Meanwhile, the guild members hurried to carry their leader away from Du-jun's reach. Jiang-in-ju, trying to defuse the situation, urged Du-jun not to let himself suffer because of people like that. Julian added that the guild members must have already felt the weight of their lesson. Jiang-in-ju turned to the men and shouted angrily, demanding that they give a proper answer and warning them that if they did not, they would end up in the same situation. Terrified, the guild members immediately bowed before Du-jun, admitting their mistakes and promising not to cause any more trouble. Du-jun ordered them to kneel lower and press their heads against the ground. Shaking with fear, they obeyed without hesitation and shouted their agreement, their voices trembling. Du-jun mocked them further, reminding them that Yakuza were known for cutting off fingers as punishment when they made mistakes, and he demanded that they beg for forgiveness. The guild members pleaded frantically for mercy, their shame clear on their faces. Du-jun told them to admit openly that they were sorry for being worthless, and only then he would let them go. Forced into submission, the trembling guild members loudly confessed their shame and apologized. Du-jun's teammates could not help but laugh at the humiliating sight. Ryoma Takashi himself looked crushed with disappointment, his pride completely shattered, while Du-jun simply looked away, showing no further interest in him. Far away, in São Paulo, Brazil, a man sat in his office reading through a stack of important papers. His expression changed when he suddenly noticed the names of Julian and Jiang-in-ju among the reports. He looked again and thought in disbelief that he was supposed to accept the claim that the great hero Takashi had been beaten so badly he could not recover, and that it had only been against a single opponent. He shook his head, struggling to believe it, but admitted silently that facts could not be denied forever. The man reflected that since Takashi was the only one injured in the battle, it was difficult to accept the story completely. Still, he hoped that Korea and Japan would work together to properly close the fracture and prevent such disasters in the future. After some thought, he said that according to the report, the Brazilian Hero Association had no reason to intervene in the matter. He added that the case would be passed on to the Korean and Japanese Hero Associations, who would decide on the punishment. Jiang In-ju, who was present, agreed to his decision. The man then asked her whether there had been any unusual incidents during their time at the fracture near Centrum. Jiang In-ju replied calmly that there was nothing special, though Julian secretly thought about the unusual things that had actually happened. The man skimmed through the rest of the report and paused when he saw Du-jun's name appearing repeatedly. He questioned why Du-jun himself had not come to report. Jiang In-ju answered that he had gone to wrap things up, and Julian supported her explanation. Meanwhile, the defeated guild leader had been admitted to the hospital, still weak and shaken. Du-jun decided to visit him, and when he entered the room, Ryoma Takashi froze in terror. Sweat poured down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Du-jun standing before him. Du-jun reassured him in a calm voice, saying that he was officially there only for a sick visit. He then pulled out a small ball-like object and held it close to Ryoma Takashi's face, demanding that he explain the incident. Ryoma Takashi's mind was suddenly controlled, and he began confessing without restraint. He admitted that because of a bug like him, he had caused trouble for the Korean guild members. Du-jun listened silently and carefully as the man lost his composure completely, shouting like a madman that Yakuza were worthless and admitting that they were nothing but trash. After getting the truth out of him and completing what he had come for, Du-jun quietly left the hospital room without looking back, leaving Ryoma Takashi broken and terrified. The rumors of a clash between Korean and Japanese heroes were said to have spread quickly, and the story that Du-jun had beaten Takashi hard was described as reaching many people. It was reported that the basic facts had been confirmed, and that headlines compared the violence to something worse than ordinary fights. Public opinion was described as overwhelmingly supporting Ram, and the press was said to have framed the story as explosive and impossible to ignore. The papers were recorded as saying that the mysterious hero, Du-jun, had recently broken his silence, and that every question from reporters had been met with an expressionless face. An older man who followed the matter was reported to have commented that the domestic problem had been swept up by the incident involving Ram. An assistant in the room was said to have called the news truly explosive, and to have asked whether the Japanese Hero Association had given up on finding the truth. The old man was reported to have replied that he had heard the victim, Takashi himself, had said so, and the assistant was described as saying that it remained hard to understand, since Takashi appeared to be the kind of person who caused trouble whenever he could. The old man was said to have agreed that there must be reasons even Japan wanted to avoid, and the assistant responded that such avoidance was mysterious. The old man was recorded as laughing and admitting uncertainty, while saying that as the story centered on hero Ram, there was a feeling the world of heroes might be shaken. In a hotel where the Brazil Fracture Zone operation was due to begin in one day, the Korean heroes who had arrived early were said to be finishing local adaptation and interacting with heroes from many countries. The scene inside the hotel gym was described as busy, with all the heroes working out together and finalizing joint operation details and individual plans. A pre-battle festival was said to have been held to encourage success, and Du-jun was described as the undisputed focus of attention at the event. It was reported that Jiang In-ju whispered the rumor about Du-jun beating Takashi to a pulp, and that the tale seemed to have spread worldwide, with everyone nearby still talking about it. Jiang In-ju was recorded as saying that despite the attention, Du-jun showed no signs of pride and behaved humbly, which she thought was amazing. Julian was described as agreeing without speaking, and Jiang In-ju was said to have compared them to the extraordinary figure, remarking that the two of them looked ordinary by comparison. Jiang In-ju was recorded as wondering aloud why Julian seemed down, and then as looking at a woman who had been lingering near Ram. The woman was identified as Gloria Tyler, an American S-grade hero described as exceptionally beautiful and widely admired, reportedly the world's top-ranked hero. Jiang In-ju was said to have patted Julian's back, which shocked Julian, and she was reported to have scolded Julian for sitting still when it was not the time to be downcast. Julian was described as asking what she should do next, and as being nervous while Du-jun watched the commotion with a faint smile. Gloria Tyler was reported to have left soon after, saying she had enjoyed the event and promising to meet again, and she had given Du-jun a name that sounded like Cecil. Julian was recounted as asking who Cecil was, and Du-jun was said to have explained that it was a name he had used in the past. Julian was recorded as wondering whether Du-jun had once lived abroad, and as nodding that previous investigations had not turned up any record of such a life, which made her question why he had not mentioned the name earlier. While they spoke, Kang was described as looking at Du-jun and thinking that Takashi had been humiliated by someone he could not even catch. Kang was said to have drunk a full glass of wine in anger and to have warned someone to be careful around Ram, which Du-jun noticed. Julian was described as acknowledging Ram's strength, but warning that enemies did not always fight fair, and that Takashi had several close associates who could be dangerous. Du-jun was said to have replied that those associates were cowardly and unskilled like Takashi, and therefore would not be a real problem. Kang was angrily reported to have trembled with rage at being dismissed, and to have thought that he would kill Du-jun with his own hands. The attention then shifted to Jiang In-ju, who was described as remembering that this was the first time they were entering the fracture zone near Santrum, and that the fracture entrance had seemed murky and dark. Julian was said to have turned and asked what the problem was, and to have reminded everyone that 2 S-grade heroes were present, and that they needed to hurry to close the fracture. Jiang In-ju was reported to have agreed and to have ordered everyone to enter the fracture together. As they prepared to enter, Du-jun was described as sweating and Julian as asking what was wrong, wondering aloud whether Du-jun could feel something unusual. Du-jun was said to have replied that the mana concentration had increased and that it felt different. Another person who checked the concentration on a phone was described as nodding that the level had reached 61%, and warning that it would not be long before it hit 30%. As everyone began sharing the strange difficulties they were facing, Jiang In-ju tried to calm them down. She explained in a steady tone that this heaviness in their bodies was most likely a characteristic of the fracture zone, and reminded them not to be careless, but to remain vigilant at all times. She then turned towards Julian and asked her to move in such a way that she could protect the formation as much as possible. After that, she looked at Du-jun and requested the same from him, making sure that the formation would remain steady from all sides. Julian listened carefully and agreed without Julian Tian. Du-jun, on the other hand, kept thinking for a while and then reasoned that until the cause of the concentration change was found, it would be better to stay cautious. He finally agreed with Jiang In-ju and her words. Jiang In-ju then declared with firm determination that no matter what situation they faced inside, their only goal was to close the fracture and that everyone should stay focused on it. Her words lifted the spirits of the group, and each member expressed their agreement with renewed energy. With high spirits and determination, the team stepped forward together and entered the fracture. Around the same time when Du-jun and his team entered the Centrum fracture in the Mana's fracture zone of northern Brazil's largest city, another battle was already raging. A joint team of French, Korean, and Brazilian heroes had been deployed there to handle a separate closure. However, the situation for them was disastrous. They were being pushed back and beaten badly, and almost all of them were seriously injured. In front of them, hovering in the air, were monstrous killer bees that resembled giant hornets. These creatures were incredibly powerful, their sharp stingers and piercing attacks tearing through the bodies of the heroes as if their armor and defenses meant nothing. One of the young heroes, struggling to stay on his feet, thought in despair that this battle was impossible to win. His heart sank as he realized that the killer bees were monsters that even C-class heroes would normally kill. Yet here, his team members were being cut down and slaughtered as if they were nothing at all. He watched in horror as his companions were pierced, bitten, and thrown aside mercilessly. The boy barely dodged a falling body of a comrade and looked at the chaos around him. He could not believe that even heroes of great strength were being completely overwhelmed like helpless prey. His despair grew heavier as one of the bees darted straight toward him at terrifying speed. He reacted instinctively, throwing a quick punch at the monster, but to his shock, the attack had almost no effect. The bee steadied itself midair as if nothing had happened. The boy gasped and thought that his body felt strangely heavy. Normally, he would have shattered the creature into pieces with that single blow, but now he was struggling just to keep his balance. He wondered how many of his teammates would survive this nightmare as screams and cries of pain echoed all around him. His heart filled with dread as he realized that perhaps none of them would leave this place alive. While this chaos unfolded, the scene shifted towards Julian, who was locked in a fierce battle of her own. She swiftly dodged the monstrous attacks of a gigantic orc-like creature that carried a huge axe in its hands. She looked at it closely and commented that this being was strange. Just then, one of the team members leapt forward recklessly and tried to strike the orc from behind. Another teammate quickly followed to provide support, and together they launched an attack directly at the orc's face. But to their horror, the orc did not even flinch. Their strongest combined strike had done nothing. In a sudden motion, the orc lifted its axe and swung it down with devastating force. The heroes were caught off guard and almost struck, but Julian dashed forward at lightning speed and pulled the person away just in time. The rescued teammate gasped in relief and quickly thanked her for saving his life. Julian's eyes hardened, and she warned the others not to approach such monsters carelessly. But even as she gave the warning, she herself charged directly at the black orc with unmatched courage. She put all her strength into a fierce kick aimed at its face. The impact made the creature stagger slightly, showing the first signs of pain. As the orc tried to retaliate with a massive punch, Julian vanished from its line of sight, reappeared above, and delivered a devastating leg strike from the air straight onto its head. The ground trembled from the force, but before she could finish, another orc rushed at her from the side. Julian reacted with incredible presence of mind, grabbing the first orc and using its body as a shield. The second orc's attack landed directly on its companion, killing it instantly. The second monster realized too late what it had done. In that moment of distraction, Julian appeared behind it and landed another crushing kick on its head. Blood sprayed from its mouth as it was sent flying through the air. The surrounding team members stared in awe. They had been so focused on Du Jun's overwhelming power that they had forgotten Julian was equally formidable. Her strength was on a completely different level, and they could not help but admire her. But the battle was not over. The surviving orc, enraged by the death of its comrade, roared with fury and charged forward again. Just then, another powerful strike landed directly on its face. Du Jun had entered the fray and delivered a crushing blow that sent the monster crashing down to the ground. He landed gracefully, his calm presence giving the team reassurance. Jiang and Ju, watching them, thought that such powerful monsters appearing right at the entrance meant that this closure would not be easy at all. Even with Du Jun and Julian's combined might, the path ahead would be dangerous. Julian then walked closer to the fallen orc and asked Du Jun why he was staring at the monster so intently. Du Jun explained in a serious tone that he felt something strange, as if black waves were emanating from the creature's body. Julian looked confused and asked what kind of waves he meant. Du Jun clarified that he could only see them when he concentrated deeply. Just as he said this, faint black ripples became visible, flowing out from the orc's body like waves of darkness. Julian's eyes widened, and she wondered what this meant. Du Jun answered gravely that these black waves were the reason why the monsters had suddenly become so strong. But then another troubling thought crossed his mind. He questioned why dark mana was appearing here in the first place. The entire team froze at those words. Jiang and Ju, Julian, Du Jun, and all the other members stared in shock. The realization hit them hard. The presence of dark mana inside the fracture was very unusual. From the center of the thick jungle, a huge creature made of mud rose with a wild roar. Its entire body shifted like living clay. A brown-haired young man jumped into the air and swung his sword, slicing cleanly across the monster's torso. The cut looked sharp, but the mud pulled itself together at once, as if nothing had happened. Then the creature collapsed into a violent wave that threw itself at him. Seeing this, the young man and the shield-bearer beside him moved together, acting in quick rhythm. The youth's sword slashed again and again, each swing cutting the air with sharp sound. The shield-bearer held off the weight of the creature as best he could. But the moment they paused for breath, the beast formed itself again, rising whole and untouched. The shield-bearer froze, shock widening his eyes. The young man felt the same disbelief tightening inside him. Before either could recover, the creature struck. Thick mud tendrils whipped out with explosive force, slamming into both men. The youth staggered back and planted his sword into the ground to stay upright. The shield-bearer flew across the dirt and hit the ground hard. When he looked at his torn uniform, fear tightened his voice, nodding that the hit had ripped through his gear, leaving him exposed. Not far from them, their teammates were struggling against another mud monster. One of them screamed, panic cracking through his voice, the fight already slipping out of control. The jungle felt as if it were closing in around them. While the brown-haired youth tried to steady himself, another mud beast crept up behind him. Its giant mouth opened wide, ready to swallow him whole. Before it could strike, Yong-in-ju rushed in. Her sword flashed once, cutting the creature's head clean off. Mud splattered across the ground as the body collapsed. The first mud beast, the large one, expanded again, its body swelling as though preparing to crush both men in one heavy fall. Yong-in-ju reacted instantly. She dashed forward, slicing through the creature with fast and precise strikes, breaking its form apart before it could land the blow. She looked back at them, her face dark and tense. She noted grimly that if the swamp demons were already this strong, then the Belkara deeper inside the rift would be far worse. She sensed that something about this place felt wrong more than it should. A thought suddenly hit her, sharp and heavy. Around them, more twisted shapes began crawling out of the mud, poolsing and shifting. Her heart pounded as she realized what this might mean. If this was happening here, it could be happening everywhere, perhaps across all of Brazil. Far away, near the Manaus Rift, a man was running for his life. His breath came in broken gasps, sweat covering his face. He knew they were all dead, everyone, even Arvado from Brazil and David from France, gone. A monstrous spider-like creature haunted his mind with every step he took, all of them lost because of the Belkara. At the same time, on Du-jun's side, Julian looked at him, shaken by what she had just heard, and quietly repeated the name, Belkara. Du-jun punched through the chest of another mud beast, its body falling apart around his arm. As it collapsed, he confirmed that they had to be careful. Julian frowned, remembering the black aura she had seen around the dark orcs. She turned toward the swamp monsters ahead, squinting at the faint black currents twisting around their bodies. The dark threads clung to them like smoke. Something was clearly feeding into their strength. She muttered, almost to herself, wondering what was wrapping around them and making them stronger. Du-jun answered calmly that yes, that was exactly what it was doing. Julian didn't even get to respond. Another monster lunged at her with a feral scream. She flipped back, then moved in fast, her blade punching through its chest. Mud burst outward as the creature collapsed. Her teammates stared at her wide-eyed, shocked by her raw force. Du-jun didn't give them a glance. He kept explaining, his tone steady and analytical, telling them to think of it as concentrated mana being forced into their bodies. Julian struck down another beast and asked between breaths if he meant mana like those games with magic. Hearing that, Du-jun laughed softly. She flushed in frustration, demanding to know what was funny and asking if he was saying mana was real in this world. Du-jun listened to her irritation, then finally answered with a simple truth. The biggest difference between heroes and ordinary people is mana. Before she could think further, a roar shook the swamp. In the same moment, Du-jun vanished from where he stood and reappeared, cutting the creature clean in half. Another beast behind it fell instantly to his next strike. He didn't smile or celebrate. Instead, he paused and stared off into the distance, his thoughts drifting. He wondered quietly how peaceful a world with no mana would be. But the moment of reflection ended when 3 more monsters sprang at him, his focus sharpened. His fist shattered one creature's face, his other hand tore through another, the third crumbled under his heel. Then he leapt backward and all 3 exploded into mud behind him. The others froze, stunned by the ruthless efficiency. Julian stepped forward, frowning in thought. She summarized her understanding. The mana, especially the dark kind, was what made these monsters so strong. Du-jun nodded, advising her to think of it like an athlete pumped full of extreme enhancers. Her eyes widened as she finally understood, but she followed up by asking how he knew that. Du-jun gave her a strange, almost confused look, replying that she was the one who should be asking that, and found it strange that she didn't know. After the swamp fight ended, the group followed Du-jun's map deeper into the wetlands. The path twisted through thick mud and shadows. They slowed down as the terrain grew more dangerous, every step heavy with tension. After a long stretch of cautious movement, they reached the area shown on the map. Inyu moved ahead first. The moment she saw what lay in the clearing, she raised her hand sharply, signaling them to stop. The trees were covered in white cocoons, dozens of them, each wrapped around the bodies of various monsters. Spider silk glistened between the branches, thick and suffocating. She turned back to the group and warned them quietly that, just like Du Jun said, these were Belkara feeding cocoons. Young and Ju scanned the forest with sharp, commander-like focus. She advised caution, nodding that the Belkara might be close. But Du Jun shook his head, cutting her off, and stated simply, "No." His hand rose slowly as power gathered in his palm. He corrected them, stating, "This is the real danger." A fireball formed there, swirling with heat. Young and Ju stared at him, shocked, asking if he was a mage and if those cocoons were the dangerous things, but he didn't answer. He flicked his hand, sending the fireball shooting into the nearest cocoon. It detonated instantly, then another, and another. Flames spread across the clearing, swallowing the white shells in seconds. Du Jun watched the blaze without blinking. He explained that Belkara have absorbed dark mana and wouldn't use these spawns as puppets. He warned them that if they didn't destroy them now, they'd hatch, surround them, and kill them before they could react. He turned to the group, expression firm and unshaken. "Now all that's left," he concluded, "is to capture Belkara." The force of Du Jun's attack blasted through the air, triggering a chain reaction as the nearby cocoons burst open one after another. The shockwave rippled through the clearing, leaving the entire group frozen in stunned silence. No one dared to breathe, let alone speak. Young and Ju watched him closely, deep in her own thoughts. She observed that this was their first time facing a situation like this, yet Du Jun moved with absolute certainty, as if he already knew exactly what needed to be done. The longer she observed him, the more extraordinary he seemed. She had originally believed he was simply strong, but his level of power went far beyond anything she had imagined. It surpassed the limits of any normal human. Julian stepped closer and placed a hand on Du Jun's shoulder. She asked with an awkward laugh if he had been reborn or if this was his second life, chuckling at her own ridiculous suggestion and expecting him to dismiss it. Instead, Du Jun paused. He murmured thoughtfully that he supposed she could say he had been reborn a second time. He then turned to Young and Ju and asked how much farther they had to go until they reached the entrance to the rift. Young and Ju answered that once they got through the forest, they would be halfway there. Du Jun frowned at that, clearly displeased, finding halfway wasn't enough. After a heavy moment of silence, he made a declaration that caught everyone off guard. They were sealing this rift today. Young and Ju blinked, uncertain she had heard him correctly. She pointed out that while Du Jun might be able to do that, the rest of the team couldn't, as most were completely drained after what happened in the swamp, exhausted, confused, and still clinging to fear. Du Jun looked around at the others, nodding their unmistakable fatigue. He exhaled softly, then told them to rest and that he would take care of the Belkara and be back soon. Before anyone could react, he shot forward like lightning, disappearing between the trees in seconds. The group could only stare, too stunned to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Sung-ho was the first to speak, his voice trembling as he asked how Du Jun had moved that fast. Young and Ju shared the same disbelief, whispering that he still had that much strength left in him and unable to hide her astonishment. Meanwhile, Du Jun darted through the forest at an incredible pace, his eyes scanning every shadow. It didn't take long before he found what he was looking for, a spider quietly spinning its web. He muttered, "There you are," before dashing forward with his sword raised. Sensing danger, the spider screeched sharply as its body swelled, grotesquely expanding into a massive, monstrous creature. From its abdomen, dozens of sticky threads erupted, lashing toward him like snapping whips. Du Jun reacted instantly, weaving through the barrage with precise, fluid movements. He landed, twisted his wrist, and unleashed a blazing slash. The air flashed brilliantly. In an instant, the giant spider split into several bloody pieces before crashing to the ground, its limbs twitching weakly. Du Jun exhaled, his breath heavy but steady. He wondered briefly if his monocont control technique was the reason he could continue fighting like this. By absorbing traces of dark energy, he had managed to keep going without tiring. After some time, he returned to the group's campsite. Julian stared at him in disbelief and whispered to Young and Ju, asking if he had taken down that Belkara alone that fast, calling it unbelievable. Young and Ju could only nod, agreeing that she thought the same thing and that he didn't even look tired. Du-jun simply reported that there were no monsters left in the area and advised them to take a break and clear their heads. The exhausted group managed weak nods, agreeing they could use a rest. Later, Du-jun sat by the campfire, while Young and Ju tended to Sung-ho's wounds. The others were scattered around the campsite, each handling small tasks or quietly recuperating. Over the fire, the roasting meat sizzled as fat dripped into the flames, the surface turning a rich golden brown. Du-jun sat close by, eyes fixed on the skewers, guarding the food as if it were some precious treasure. A long-haired teammate wandered over and asked hopefully if he could try a piece of the skewer. Seeing the man's eager expression, Du-jun picked up a skewer and handed it to him. The teammate's face lit up instantly, thanking him before taking a big bite. Not far away, half hidden behind a tree, Hyun-woo glanced over with a puzzled expression, asking why he had suddenly decided to eat that. The long-haired man shrugged, chewing contentedly, and mused that perhaps Du-jun was that strong because of this stuff. The comment, half joke, half curiosity, was enough to make Hyun-woo approach. He asked if he should try it too, wondering if it actually did anything. His friend nodded eagerly, encouraging him to sit down, saying it wouldn't hurt to try. Hyun-woo hesitated only a second before taking a seat beside him. He grabbed a skewer, bit into the crispy surface, and let the rich aroma fill his senses. Soon both men were devouring the meat like it was the best thing they'd tasted in weeks, eating with the hunger of people who'd finally found comfort after days of tension. Across from them, Du-jun watched with quiet amusement. He knew the meat itself held no special power, thinking that the meat wouldn't do much except fill their stomachs. Still, a faint smile touched his lips, nodding that he didn't dislike people who wanted to get stronger, calling it a small gift. With a subtle motion, he extended his hand and sent a faint stream of energy flowing into both Hyun-woo and the long-haired man. The reaction was instant. Both froze mid-bite, eyes widening. The long-haired teammate blurted out that he didn't know what just happened but felt stronger with his whole body surging with energy. "Yeah," Hyun-woo murmured, flexing his hands in disbelief. "I can feel it too." Du-jun's smile deepened at their astonishment. Then time passed quietly as the group continued resting and recovering. When they were ready, everyone gathered around again, forming a loose circle near the dimming fire. Young and Ju stood with a map in her hands and pointed to a spiral mark in the center. She explained that if they kept moving straight from there, they would reach the core of the rift. However, she expressed concern that everyone was exhausted and suggested they should retreat and attack again tomorrow. She glanced at Du-jun, nodding that while he wanted to seal the rift today, they still needed a solid plan. Julian nodded, rubbing her forehead tiredly, saying it would be a lie to say she wasn't tired, and nodding that the monsters kept getting stronger, probably because of the dark energy leaking from the rift. Du-jun leaned over the map, his expression serious. He originally planned to delay sealing the rift so they could gather rare materials, things like blue crocodile hearts and other resources unique to Brazil, hopping to collect as much as possible before closing it. But the surge of dark energy had shifted everything. He thought grimly that unpredictable variables like this were never good, finding the darkness uneasy. Reaching into his pack, he pulled out a small pouch filled with crimson stones. He told them to take these and bring them back to the hotel first. Though confused, the others accepted the pouch and prepared to leave. Once it was lightened, Du-jun slung his own pack over his shoulder and looked at them with a calm, reassuring smile. He told them quietly that he would seal the rift, and then he would catch up with them all soon after. The slimy monster roared, a guttural sound that rippled through the swamp as its mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing jagged fangs dripping with black sludge. Du-jun didn't flinch. He drove forward like a spear, cutting straight into the creature's gaping maw. Behind him, more shapes rose from the murky dark, shifting, bubbling masses that lunged with open mouths, eager to swallow anything alive. His pupils sharpened, finding their movements too slow. He kicked off the ground and shot upward, his sword carving a clean arc through the air. A flash of steel, a blur of motion, then the wet burst of creatures splitting apart. As the remains collapsed, he dropped to one knee and plunged his hand into the gelatinous mess, searching until his fingers brushed something hard. When he pulled it free, a crimson glow lit his face, a perfect ruby, pulsing faintly with energy. Far off, Young and Ju stood beside Julian, worry tightening her brow. She asked quietly if Du-jun was going to be okay. Julian exhaled, her voice barely above a murmur, observing that he had left like a bullet. Young and Ju followed her gaze through the trees, agreeing that it was hard to miss. Julian's eyes softened, nodding that he still looked like he had plenty of stamina left. Young and Ju smirked, looping her arm through Julian, and asked why she had such a long face if she wasn't worried about him. Julian shut her eyes as if dismissing the idea of worry. Inside, however, her pride twisted. She thought bitterly that she was an S-rank too, so why did the gap between them feel impossible to cross? Even then she wondered if anyone in the world could match him. Meanwhile, Du-jun had already left the swamp fiends behind and faced a new threat, an entire horde of black orcs. He leapt into the air, sword raised high, and brought it crashing down on the first orc's skull. The creature split cleanly in half. He didn't pause. His blade cut again, a horizontal slash that ripped across another orc's face. Each strike was brutal, sharp, efficient. The orcs roared in outrage, lifting crude weapons to retaliate. Their massive blades hammered into the earth, shaking the ground. But Du-jun only inhaled, calm and steady. Light gathered in his hand, pure power burning bright. He released it in a single motion. The blast rushed outward, swallowing the orcs in a blazing wave that shook the forest. Smoke hissed from charred bodies as the night sky glittered above, quiet and cold. Beneath it, Du-jun stood alone, gripping the blood-red ruby in his hand. By morning, the group moved out again. Backpacks weighed heavy on their shoulders, exhaustion dragging through every step as they walked in a silent line through the trees. Then something darted toward them, fast, too fast. In an instant, a sword flashed, slicing across the air as blood sprayed over the path. The strike came from Du-jun, his blade flashed crimson as it cut through the air, unwavering and cold, much like his expression. He moved without hesitation, dropping to one knee beside the creature he had just slain. His eyes glinted with a steady, focused light as he reached into the monster's chest. With one swift pull, he lifted out a still-beating red heart. Blood trickled down his wrist, but he didn't react. He simply slipped the pulsing organ into a glass vial, twisted the cap tight, and stored it away like another trophy. The creature's body collapsed in on itself, dissolving into the dirt until nothing remained but a faint stain. Du-jun sifted through what was left and uncovered 2 more rubies, glowing with the same deep crimson energy as all the others he had collected. He added them to the mound he had been gathering, and soon the pile shone like a tiny hill of captured fire. He commented softly that these monsters dropped some pretty decent loot, and thought that he had done well enough. He swung his backpack onto his shoulder, one hand gripping the strap while the other rested against the hilt of his sword. Without pausing, he headed down the narrow forest path leading toward the Hero Association's Brazil branch, the temporary headquarters for this entire operation. Inside the control room, several staff members watched their monitors closely. The air felt heavy, the tension almost visible. Then one screen flickered. A red dot began to flash on the digital map, pulsing with an active signal in the Santame region. A technician leaned forward, eyes widening, announcing the location. Before anyone had time to speak, the red dot blinked once and vanished. Silence swallowed the room. No one dared breathe until seconds later, a wave of relief washed through them. Someone whispered, stunned, that the rift was gone and had been sealed. Across the Santa Coordination Office, another voice called out, asking who was assigned to that area again. A staffer thought for a moment, recalling Team Ham from Korea, the Silk Blossom Guild. Jenny turned from her console, nodding and confirming the team. She added that they had contacted the office 10 minutes ago, saying they were already heading back. Du-Huck, standing beside her, blinked slowly, repeating, 10 minutes ago. Jenny confirmed the time. Du-Huck frowned, confusion twisting across his face. He demanded to know what the hell had happened, asking who sealed it. 10 minutes earlier, a massive 2-headed beast had towered over Du-jun, its body swelled with dark mana, bubbling and mutating with every passing second. Both heads roared together, a sound that made the ground tremble. Then it stomped down, an enormous foot crashing against the earth. The shockwave tore outward, carving a deep crater into the ground. But Du-jun had already launched himself into the air, his instincts firing before the ground had even split. As he shot upward, he caught sight of something behind the monster, a swirling vortex of faint light. He realized it was a spatial gate, the rift's core. He muttered, "All right," tightening his grip on his sword. "Let's finish this." He dove straight toward the monster. The two-headed beast lunged up to meet him, claws slicing through the air like black lightning. Mana exploded from Du Jun's body, a wild blaze of power that lit the sky. Dark energy spun around the creature's twin maws as it clashed with his strike. Du Jun's eyes sharpened, his focus narrowing to a single point. He activated the Vandayan sword style, second form. Gamri's spellbook activated, and magic surged along his blade, turning it into a streak of pure, blinding energy. The monster didn't even have time to react before the strike landed. The moment Du Jun's strike landed, the creature's body jerked violently, a deep cut tearing through its twisted flesh. A roar, sharp and raw, ripped through the forest as its two ghastly faces twisted in pain and fury. Du Jun smirked, a cold spark in his eyes as if challenging the monster. Before the beast could recover, he dashed forward again, his movements sharp like a blade drawn without hesitation. His sword sliced across the creature's torso, sending a burst of dark blood into the air. The monster responded with a furious glare, its eyes burning like crimson flames, and it swung its massive arm in retaliation. But Du Jun vaulted upward, dodging the counterattack by the width of a breath. Hovering for a moment in the air, he spoke in a low, steady voice. "It is my turn now." His sword blurred, splitting into afterimages that shimmered with explosive power. Each strike carried a force strong enough to split an ancient tree in half. Even a stray shockwave tore through the forest, sending trees crashing down like brittle bones. Earth-shaking blasts echoed around them, shaking the entire area until it felt like the ground itself feared the strength he wielded. Enraged, the monster's eyes rolled white as it crouched low and then launched upward with both arms raised, aiming to crush him like a hammer striking stone. But Du Jun didn't hesitate. With a twist of his body, his blade carved clean through one of its legs, severing it mid-lunge. The creature's scream shook the treetops, its massive form staggering as pain locked its body in place. Du Jun seized that instant, pushing off the ground and soaring upward. His sword gleamed with a cold, lethal light, and with a single decisive slash, he cleaved the two-headed beast from crown to gut. The world fell silent as its body split apart. Landing lightly amid the chaos, Du Jun exhaled, the breath carrying exhaustion but also calm certainty. His sword slid back into its sheath with a soft click. Then before him, a swirling vortex of magic slowly expanded, glowing like a pulse of corrupted light. He stepped closer, studying it with narrowed eyes. He observed that even this close to the core, the dark mana concentration hadn't dropped at all, realizing that it wasn't leaking from the rift but must be coming from somewhere else. The realization pressed against his chest like a cold hand. He thought that only a demon lord or a grand archmage from ancient times could flood a rift zone with dark mana on this scale. But if someone like that truly existed here, Earth would already be a graveyard. He concluded that nothing made sense yet, but one thing was certain. If the mana came from outside the rift, then simply sealing the portal wouldn't fix the problem. Gritting his teeth, Du Jun drew power into his arm, stepped forward, and punched straight into the heart of the vortex. The impact echoed like thunder. A crack appeared, thin as a thread of glass, then branched outward in a web of glowing fractures. In seconds, the entire vortex shattered into drifting fragments of light that vanished into the air. Watching the final pieces fade, Du Jun whispered that he would need to investigate the tower more deeply. Stop sign who sealed the rift. Far away, inside the Hero Association headquarters in Brazil, Ingen sat behind his desk, hands trembling slightly as he scanned the report in front of him. Chun Kang stood before him, shoulders tense as if bracing for a storm. Ingen's eyes darkened. He stated that the report made no sense, finding the results regarding the mana, whether natural or manipulated, impossible. Chun Kang nodded carefully, confirming the impossibility of the findings. Ingen flipped through the pages again, anger and disbelief mixing in his expression. He noted that there were rifts that required joint task forces from 3 nations to close, with only one S-rank hero surviving, yet the South Korean team had closed theirs without losing a single member. Chun Kang stepped forward, his voice tight as he delivered the next wave of news. He reported that emergency alerts were coming in from rift zones worldwide, with most teams forced to retreat, and that they were gathering everything to send a full report. InGen braced both hands against his desk, his breath heavy. He noted that every rift had an S-rank hero in charge, and yet they still suffered total defeat. He then pointed out that the only successful team was the Korean one under Hiro Julian. "That is correct," Chun Kang replied, cold sweat rolling down his temple. "But calling it the Korean team might not be accurate." InGen sharply lifted his gaze, asking what he meant and scanning the documents again to confirm if the team hadn't closed the rift at Santerre. Chun Kang's next words froze him. The rift was sealed after they left the site. InGen set the papers down slowly, disbelief gripping his face. He demanded to know who closed it if they didn't, and asked where Hiro Du-jun was now. Chun Kang straightened himself, replying that she was on her way to deliver a full report. InGen's temper snapped, and he slammed his palm on the desk, ordering him to get her there immediately. When Hyung Hwan and Jung In-ju's team exited the rift, they needed an hour to reach headquarters. During that same hour, Du-jun had already sealed the first rift and was moving into the second one. Standing before the shimmering surface, he noticed this portal's entrance lay beneath the water. Adjusting the straps of his backpack, he breathed in slowly and stepped forward. He affirmed, "All right, then, let's do this." At the Brazil Hero Association headquarters, Julian had barely returned before being summoned by InGen, who wasted no time dragging her into a private room for questioning. After listening to her report, InGen's face twisted with disbelief, his voice heavy with doubt as he asked if she truly expected him to believe such a thing. Julian, calm as ever, simply replied that if it was Du-jun, then it was entirely possible. The answer only deepened InGen's confusion. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing, demanding to know if she was seriously claiming that hero Du-jun had sealed the rift alone. The light purple-haired woman nodded once, her expression unwavering. A long, tense silence stretched between them before InGen finally spoke again, his voice dropping. He revealed, in a tone meant only for those cleared to hear it, that some S-rank heroes had already died at other rift sites. Julian's face darkened instantly. She admitted that if Du-jun had not been there, she would have died with them. Her voice carried a firm conviction that left no room for doubt. InGen let out a long breath and rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. He muttered that the monsters they faced were enhanced by something called dark mana, a force beyond even S-rank capability, unable to wrap his mind around the idea that Du-jun had survived, let alone won, under such conditions. Julian offered no further explanation, only a small nod that confirmed everything she had already said. Then InGen recalled another matter. Reports had recently come in saying several southern rifts had also closed. He wondered aloud if dark mana had simply not reached that area yet. Julian's eyes sharpened at once, warning him that they could not afford to let their guard down, stating that this threat was far beyond anything they had encountered before. InGen understood what she meant. The difference in the color of the portal entrances was their only clue, the only current method of identifying whether a rift contained dark mana or not. Without hesitating, he seized the phone and ordered immediate inspections of every portal in Brazil, his voice turning sharp as he issued command after command. Seeing her part in the briefing was finished, Julian quietly turned to leave. But before she took more than a few steps, her phone rang. She answered quickly, recognizing the caller at once. She reported with urgent tension, addressing the chairman that the energy they detected was definitely dark mana, and asked if anything unusual had happened in the Korean regions. The chairman's voice came back cold, clipped, and heavy, stating that there were no signs so far and commanding her to keep watching the situation. He ended the call abruptly. When the line went silent, both of them, separated by distance but united by dread, felt the same weight settle over their thoughts. They agreed mentally that even S-rank heroes might not survive the hordes of monsters empowered by dark mana, and if a boss-level creature ever absorbed that power, the outcome would be catastrophic. They needed to prepare for the absolute worst. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of a distant lake, Du-jun descended steadily, reviewing the knowledge he had gathered. He recalled that rivers, lakes, and islands, rifts in aquatic places, almost always had their cores underwater. Because humans could not breathe below, very few heroes could fight at full strength in such environments. Dujun remembered there was only one true exception among heroes who could fight underwater. New Zealand's national hero, Iron Looper, an S-rank specialist known across the world for handling aquatic rifts alone. He noted that Looper earned an unbelievable salary for one simple reason. Upon awakening, he gained a unique trait, underwater respiration, the ability to breathe freely in any depth. Thinking of that rare ability, Dujun felt a pulse of energy ripple through him the moment his entire body became submerged. He murmured that he could feel it, sensing the oppressive pressure surrounding him, nodding that the concentration of dark mana down here was even denser. With that realization settling over him, he whispered, "All right, then, let us begin." Acting purely on instinct, he descended deeper. The deeper he went, the more the world dimmed, the water turning thick and murky like ink swirling in every direction. He thought it was pretty dark down here, narrowing his eyes and wondering if it was because of the dark mana. Taking a moment to adjust, he organized his plan. First, control buoyancy, then compensate for drag. Channeling his energy, he wrapped himself in a thin, shimmering golden aura, a smooth surface of power that drastically reduced the resistance of the water around him. With each movement, the water parted more easily, flowing off the aura like silk. After a long descent, his feet finally touched the riverbed, cold, grainy, and coated with thick silt. But before he could even take a breath, a thunderous roar burst from the shadows beside him. Dujun whipped his head toward the sound, just in time to see an enormous aquatic monster charging at him with jaws wide enough to crush a car. It did not bite him. Instead, it coiled its massive, serpent-like body around him, tightening violently. With a calm, almost bored glance at the creature's scaled form, Dujun recognized it instantly as an Arakan. He observed that the dark mana must have made it feistier than usual. Before it could crush him, he released a controlled burst of aura. The explosion tore outward, ripping the monster's body into dozens of pieces that floated away in a red cloud of blood and shredded flesh. But that gruesome display created another problem. The scent of fresh meat spread instantly through the depths, drawing a swarm of aquatic monsters. Dozens of nightmarish fish-like creatures emerged from the shadows, tearing apart the Arakan's remains in a frenzy. Then, as the last chunks were devoured, all their glowing crimson eyes turned toward Dujun, the only living figure in the massacre's center. A heartbeat later, the entire swarm surged at him like a current of living blades. Dujun didn't back away. He planted his feet firmly on the riverbed and threw a punch, his body moving with a precision and force completely unaffected by the surrounding water. Despite the crushing depth, Dujun fought as though he were standing on solid land, his stance perfect, his limbs slicing through water with impossible speed. Sharks lunged at him and were shattered by bone-crushing blows. Colossal octopi wrapped their tentacles around him, only for him to tear free with explosive force. But for every monster he defeated, more arrived, drawn by the scent of blood and the lure of mana. He thought with rising irritation that this was getting annoying and that he didn't have time to waste here. With that decision, he kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward in a burst of golden light that carved through the depths. He swam faster and faster, eyes scanning the murk until suddenly he stopped. Resting on a boulder ahead was a creature unlike the others, a fish whose scales shimmered faintly in the darkness, its two amethyst-colored eyes glowing like lanterns through the gloom. Dujun's gaze hardened. Dujun's heart skipped a beat as recognition dawned. He mused internally if this could be the monster he had heard about. Akermos, a creature that at first glance appeared harmless and calm, yet harbored a cunning and dangerous nature that had earned it a fearsome reputation. He couldn't help but laugh, a low, amused chuckle escaping him as he muttered under his breath, marveling at the coincidence. He questioned who would have thought that he would encounter such a rare and legendary monster here. Moving cautiously toward the fish, Dujun thought about its significance with a tone of reverence. In his former world, every legend who had risen to defend humanity, every hero who had etched their name into history, had first faced Akermos. This singular creature was a common thread binding all legendary achievements, a monster whose defeat or containment had marked the first step toward greatness. Dujun's face lit up with a broad smile, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon treasure. He thought aloud, asking how he could possibly let an opportunity like this slip away. Yet as he approached, the fish stirred. Its mouth slowly opened, and from within emerged a dark vortex, swirling ominously. It expanded gradually, drawing in everything around it like a miniature black hole. Du-jun planted his feet firmly on the riverbed, straining every muscle to resist the pull. He explained mentally, almost as if narrating to an unseen audience, why this monster had no natural enemy. Whenever another creature attacked it, Akermose unleashed its vortex, devouring everything in its vicinity. The fish advanced, indifferent to Du-jun's presence, while he, maintaining his balance, inched closer. Each step was a battle against the powerful force threatening to consume him. He struggled, feeling the tug of the dark energy, yet he remained focused. His mind, sharp and strategic, was plotting not merely survival but acquisition. He knew this was not about defeating the monster in a conventional sense. Killing Akermose would yield no treasure. What Du-jun sought was its power. Akermose's unique ability allowed it to create a subspace within itself, a pocket where anything could be stored indefinitely. Du-jun realized that if he could overload this subspace, he could seize the skill entirely. Sensing the growing danger, he warned that he could not sustain this effort much longer, admitting he wouldn't last if the struggle continued. Resolute, he began releasing mana from his body, letting it surge forth with fiery intensity. The water around him blazed like daylight under the heat of his energy, and any lesser creatures daring to approach the monster were obliterated instantly, their fragments dissolving into the river. Du-jun persisted, pushing mana into Akermose's vortex. The dark fish absorbed it, yet remained unaffected. Time passed, pressure mounting. His nose began to bleed from the strain, but he continued undeterred, using one hand to staunch the flow while directing the other to manipulate the surging mana. His internal reserves began to wane, compelling him to absorb surrounding dark mana, purifying and redirecting it into the vortex. The river around him roared with chaotic energy, yet Du-jun remained relentless, his determination unwavering. Far above the river, the scene appeared serene, peaceful, and calm. Then, without warning, a violent explosion erupted from the water, sending splashes high into the air. Akermose emerged, thrashing, dark energy streaming from its mouth, followed closely by Du-jun himself, propelled by sheer force and determination. The dark mana now spun in a controlled circle within Du-jun's hands. By saturating the monster's subspace beyond its capacity, he had broken its link to the skill, seizing it for himself. Exhausted, Du-jun fell back into the water. The turbulence settled as the monster retreated, leaving the river calm once more. He had accomplished his goal. After days of struggle, he now possessed the wide-space skill that Akermose had once used as a hunting and trapping mechanism. To him, it was no longer a weapon of predation but a storage system, a personal subspace capable of holding items at will, akin to the storage rings and bags of cultivation legends. Du-jun took a moment to explore his new ability. He stored his bag and sword within the subspace, feeling a thrill of accomplishment surge through him. He marveled at how effortlessly he could now open and manipulate it, realizing the skill's potential. He recognized this as his second greatest achievement in the new world, a triumph that demanded both patience and courage. Laughing, he mused that no greater treasure could be found in the rift's lift. For now, it was time to rest. He rose to the riverbank, dripping and exhausted yet content. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. Inside the Korean Hero Association headquarters, the founder, Hwang, sat across from his secretary, Shan, who was summarizing all the reports received so far. Among the details, Shan included the tragic news from the Brazil Rift mission, where numerous S-rank heroes from different countries had lost their lives. Hwang's expression darkened with disappointment. He said gravely that they had lost so many talented heroes in this rift and could not afford to lose anyone else. Shan explained that these events were confined to only a few rift zones, areas where, for some unknown reason, the monster's power had multiplied many times over. Despite the grim news, Hwang felt immense pride knowing that even in these perilous rift zones, Du-jun had cleared a rift entirely on his own. He admitted that Du-jun's power had far exceeded all previous assumptions. Shan, speaking with pride, noted that since the Korean team had gone to the Brazil Rift mission, they had made both Korea and the association proud. He recounted that the first incident had involved Ryoma Takashi, who was completely defeated by Do-jun alone, a story that remained a hot topic even now. Prior to that, during the UK Rift mission, Hyun Ju-yeon had exploited the monsters' weaknesses, defeating them all and gaining fame worldwide. For the Korean heroes to earn such recognition globally was a matter of great pride. Na T-Hwang, however, cut him off, steering the conversation back to the present. He agreed that the past achievements were fine, but asked for an update on the situation in their Korean rifts, asking if there were any changes. Shan replied that no abnormal incidents had occurred so far in Korea, noting that any changes within the rifts seemed to be localized to certain areas. Na T-Hwang agreed, but emphasized that constant vigilance must be maintained over all Korean rifts to avoid risking the safety of the population. Na T-Hwang then expressed his concern about hero Seo Do-jun. Shan, surprised, asked why. Hwang explained that Brazil's chairman Daniel was extremely stingy and would likely exploit Do-jun to the fullest. Shan, however, disagreed, insisting it would be Chairman Lopez who would end up overwhelmed by Do-jun instead. Hwang was shocked, asking for clarification, and Shan reaffirmed his point. Realizing Shan's prediction made sense, Hwang laughed heartily. He admitted that Seo Do-jun was no ordinary man. The scene then shifted to the Brazilian Hero Association, where the head appeared visibly stressed. Seated across from him were Do-jun, Julian, and Young-in-ju, exuding composure and authority. The room was calm until the Brazilian head broke the silence with frustration, asking how they could make such demands and if it wasn't too much. Do-jun's response was calm but firm. He asked if it was too much, stating that if it was, he saw no reason to stay and would leave. Rising from his seat, he moved toward the door, but the head panicked and tried to convince him to stay. He reminded Do-jun of his S-rank hero status and insisted that it was the duty of an S-rank hero to prevent threats from harming ordinary people. Do-jun paused, then turned sharply, his eyes deadly and his voice cold and precise. He challenged the head on his duty, pointing out he had already closed 2 rifts and asking how much more was expected. He urged the head to check on his so-called Brazilian S-rank heroes, who hadn't even finished their jobs, clarifying that Brazil's safety was none of his concern. He finished by asking rhetorically if the head would send his S-rank heroes if this problem had arisen in a Korean rift. The head had no words and slumped back into his chair. At that moment, the association's secretary interjected, warning Do-jun that all rifts within a 500-kilometer radius were now beyond their control, and the situation was becoming even more serious. The Brazilian head realized the gravity of the situation. He knew that if matters continued, monsters could break free from the rifts, potentially devastating Brazil. The tension in the room was palpable, with Tarzan's team exchanging wary glances, realizing that the head was attempting to persuade them to comply. Julian stepped in, speaking with measured calm. She stated that if that was the case, there was only one way, advising the boss to fulfill Do-jun's demands, as his requests were nothing compared to Brazil's safety. The head understood that he could no longer resist. Trapped by his own inability to act, he agreed that the Brazilian government would meet all of Do-jun's demands and pay him 50 million for each rift cleared. Do-jun allowed a small smile to appear. He commented that if the head had agreed sooner, this wouldn't have been so complicated, and ordered him to complete his part and transfer payment for the 2 rifts he had already closed. Julian quietly explained to her teammates that to outsiders, Do-jun might appear as a gold digger exploiting the situation, but in truth, the sums were insignificant compared to the dangers he faced while clearing S-rank level threats. Furthermore, she noted, the Brazilian government would handle the payments discreetly to preserve their own dignity. Julian, reflecting on the situation, smiled inwardly. Young-in-ju noticed and asked her what was amusing, but Julian only kept the thoughts to herself. Do-jun closed his eyes and remembered the promise he had made to his real-life family, feeling relief knowing he now had enough resources to protect and care for them, starting with a secure home. The scene shifted to Do-jun's grandmother and Union, watching television at home. Union's face lit up at the sight of her brother as the news reported that the Brazilian government had agreed to all of Do-jun's conditions. Some time later, Do-jun signed a formal contract with the government, providing proof of the agreement and ensuring no future disputes could arise. Meanwhile, Kang Yongpyo, furious at Du Jun's success, continued drinking wine to calm his anger. Korea's other S-rank hero, Park Hae-il, remained on strict bed rest in the hospital. Days later, coffins containing heroes who had fallen in different countries' rifts were loaded onto planes, their families and numerous attendees paying their final respects. Du Jun understood their sacrifices intimately, having witnessed similar tragedies in his past life. As time passed, the team returned to their hotel, and while dining together, Young and Ju asked Du Jun about his future plans, specifically whether he intended to join another group hunt. Du Jun remained silent, lost in thought. Ju pressed again, and he finally revealed his strategy. He explained that when he cleared a rift solo, Young and Ju and Julian's team would clear another rift's entrance, where fewer high-powered monsters were present. After Du Jun completed his task, they would meet at the core to seal it together. Meanwhile, Ju's team would collect loot from the secondary rift, allowing Du Jun to tackle a third one. This plan, he concluded, enabled them to close 3 rifts in a single day and maximize profit. Young and Ju immediately understood, earning praise from Du Jun for her sharp mind. He assured the team that all profits would be shared evenly. Morale surged, and the team's energy renewed. Du Jun playfully warned Julian not to venture too far into a rift without him, emphasizing her team's safety. Flustered, she insisted she could handle it, which led the rest of the team to jokingly suggest they were dating. Du Jun ignored the teasing, focusing on the mission. After finishing their meal, the team prepared and departed for the rifts. The scene shifted to a dense forest where Du Jun moved cautiously through the grass, heading toward the rift's core. Suddenly, he sensed danger and turned to see a colossal cyclops charging at him with a deafening roar. Unfazed, Du Jun smiled. He murmured that his first target had appeared. Moving with incredible speed, he closed in on the cyclops before it could react, poised to strike with precision and focus. The monster had no idea where its opponent had gone, while Du Jun's calm, confident demeanor radiated lethal intent. He thought, time to make some profit. The sound of their battle in the jungle scared all the birds, and they fled in terror. The situation remained tense. Du Jun delivered a powerful punch directly to the monster's face. The attack was so strong that it seemed like half the monster's face was blown away. However, the thick-skinned monster wasn't that easy to defeat. The blow affected the creature, and blood started dripping from its mouth, but it didn't die quickly. The monster quickly retreated and appeared confused and terrified by the sudden attack, starting to tremble. Meanwhile, Du Jun was surprised by the monster's thick hide. He internally praised the monster, noting that it truly had strong defense, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Du Jun thought to himself that this monster was a perfect target to try his new skill. The monster, terrified, started fleeing. Before it could escape, Du Jun arrived in front of it with incredible speed, blocking its path and delivering a powerful upper kick. Du Jun's kick hit the monster's face directly, causing it to stumble backward, breaking several teeth and causing more blood to flow. Even after taking 2 deadly attacks from Du Jun, the monster didn't die. Instead, it went into a berserk mode. Its body turned red and yellow with rage, and its furious eyes stared directly at Du Jun. Du Jun noticed the sudden change in the monster, realizing it had switched from defense to offense. He quickly turned and used his new vortex power. Du Jun had already noticed that the monster would counterattack rather than flee, so he strategically used his skill. The monster's attack entered the vortex, confusing it and making it question where its attack went. At that moment, another vortex opened behind the monster, causing its own attack to hit its head and end the battle. Du Jun commented that this skill wasn't suitable for combat style, because it drained too much mana. Shortly after, the headquarters of the Brazil Hero Association learned that the Moro Rift had been closed, the same rift that Du Jun had entered. Meanwhile, the Brazilian president wasn't entirely happy. Though surprised that Du Jun closed the entire rift alone in just 8 hours, he had plans brewing in his mind. He asked his secretary if Du Jun's payment had been transferred. The secretary confirmed that the $50 million had already been transferred to Du Jun's account. The president worried that if this continued, they could lose millions in a few days. His secretary suggested delaying Du Jun's payments, but the president refused, saying that if they did, Du Jun wouldn't finish his work and would leave Brazil before closing the rifts. He ordered his assistant to gather all heroes in Brazil and form a new special team, with the sole goal of competing with Du Jun to see who could clear the most rifts first. The president wanted to show Du Jun that their alt team was not behind him, and that the Brazilian government wasn't entirely dependent on him. The scene shifted to a mobile screen where Chairman Lopez's email arrived. This was Kong Yampio's phone, who was relaxing in his hotel. He saw the email and felt happy that the president had finally taken some action. The email stated that the Brazilian government was forming a new alt team with many S and A rank members. They would go as a group to clear rifts, earning millions for each rift, which would be shared among the team. Although the pay was slightly less per person, having more members ensured safety, and no one would die inside the rifts. Kong Yampio's assistant provided further information. Kong Yampio realized this was a group mission, but became furious when he learned that he would have to work with the bastard Du Jun, which he considered shameful. However, his assistant informed him that Du Jun was not part of this group mission. Kong Yampio checked all the names and saw that neither Du Jun nor Jaein and Youngju's team were included. This confused him, leaving him unsure about what was happening. The scene shifted back to Du Jun, who received a notification that $50 million had been deposited into his account. Julian asked Du Jun if the Brazil Hero Association was doing its job, and if his payment, as per the agreement, had arrived. Du Jun replied that they were doing their job, but giving him $50 million was a heavy burden for them. He explained that they had therefore created a new alt team with heroes from different countries to close the rifts before him. Julian remarked that the association was clever, figuring they would close many rifts before he even arrived and prevent him from earning money from those rifts. Du Jun now changed his goal. Initially, he wanted to earn as much money as possible, but after this move by the Brazilian Hero Association, his only goal became to outpace the alt team and close as many rifts as possible before them, proving he was far more capable than the new team. Du Jun's team communicated via chat while entering the rifts, and he encouraged them to win this competition. Meanwhile, a man was seen typing rapidly on a keyboard, noting how many rifts had been closed recently and by whom. Du Jun and his team, after a fierce battle, closed a rift. The man recorded that Rift S035 was closed at 3:00 p.m. by Du Jun and Young-in-Ju's team. Rift C012 was cleared at 5:10 by the Hero Alliance team, the alt team, where an S-rank and 5 A-rank heroes were slightly injured, and 2 A-rank heroes were seriously injured and awaiting the medical team. Rift S037 was cleared solo by Du Jun at 9:50, where the Rift boss was split into 2 pieces by a single attack. Du Jun now seemed like a monster himself, with a golden aura emanating from his eyes. Days passed, and the Hero Association workers were exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes, motivating each other with cold drinks. Thanks to the competition between Du Jun and the alt team, all the rifts filled with dark mana were being closed, while normal rifts were being ignored. This required the staff to monitor the rifts 24/7 to prevent any mishaps. The staff members continued their work via chat, monitoring the situation. Finally, the last rift was cleared. The scene opened immediately after the closure of Rift Zone B041. Within the Brazilian Hero Association, jubilation spread like wildfire. Cheers echoed through the headquarters as teams celebrated the monumental victory. Some were so overwhelmed by emotion that tears streamed down their faces, for at long last, the threat of dark mana-filled rifts looming over Brazil had been significantly neutralized. Though many normal rifts still remained open across the country, the government could now handle them with relative ease. The secretary, brimming with excitement, sprinted to the president to deliver the news. Every rift within a 500-kilometer radius of Santarém had been closed. Hearing this, the president exhaled deeply, relief washing over him as the country's most pressing danger was officially mitigated. The secretary, unable to contain his enthusiasm, repeated the information several times, confirming that all dark mana-infused rifts were finally sealed. The president, composed yet visibly pleased, congratulated everyone for their relentless efforts, stating that their hard work had paid off. The secretary, satisfied with the acknowledgement, turned to leave, but paused when the president called him back. The president added cryptically that not all rifts were closed yet, but this was enough for now. Curious, the secretary asked for clarification, but the president only smiled enigmatically, revealing nothing more. Instead, he suggested that a comfort party be arranged for all heroes and staff who had contributed under these harsh conditions, celebrating their collective efforts and resilience. The scene shifted to a hotel where the party was in full swing. Inside, delicious aromas of food mingled with the sounds of laughter and chatter. Heroes and staff shared their thoughts and experiences from within the rifts, recounting the perilous moments they had faced. Kang Young Pyo and others were present, exchanging stories of the battles they had endured. Du Jun, Julian, and Young Ju were also there, looking exceptionally sharp in their new attire. The trio approached the president to greet him, but there was a sense that their minds were occupied with other thoughts. Observing their approach, the president turned to engage them in conversation. Young Ju, without any detours, addressed the topic at hand. She stated bluntly that they wanted to return to their hometowns, explaining that plans had already been made for their journey back. The president, however, remained focused solely on Du Jun. The departure of the other Korean heroes held little concern for him. His attention and intentions were centered entirely on Du Jun attempting to convince them. He spoke, saying there were still many rifts open across Brazil, and that it was their duty to close them, adding that leaving now would mean abandoning the mission unfinished. Young Ju countered logically that their team was assigned specifically to the Santarame rifts, and now that those were closed, remaining there served no purpose. The president, understanding her point, shifted tactics and spoke directly, asking that at least Mr. Du Jun could stay for this mission. Young Ju immediately understood the subtext. The president's sole objective was to persuade Du Jun to remain. Recognizing this, she turned to Du Jun and asked him directly what he wished to do. The president, signaling for a private conversation, led Du Jun aside, leaving Young Ju and Julian observing but unsure of Du Jun's internal deliberations. Young Ju leaned toward Julian and asked if she thought he would stay here or return to Korea. Julian, in her measured tone, responded thoughtfully that Du Jun had already earned a substantial amount and collected all the materials he needed, like the blue crocodile heart, and that in her opinion he would return to Korea. Young Ju teased her lightly, nudging her with a playful comment, which made Julian blush, denying any such thoughts. Meanwhile, Du Jun and the president conversed quietly. Du Jun appeared unaffected by the president's offers, listening calmly with a neutral expression that betrayed his already made decision. After some time, as expected, he politely declined the offers and left, leaving the president standing in quiet frustration, hands on his head. Once outside, Du Jun encountered Castle, the world-renowned beauty. Their conversation began naturally, drawing the curiosity of Young Ju and Julian. Young Ju nudged Julian subtly, whispering that she should observe the interaction to determine whether this was a simple conversation or a flirtatious exchange. Julian, skeptical, questioned why they would flirt amidst the crowd, but Young Ju insisted, shoving her forward and saying, "Who just stands silently in front of the world's top beauty?" Watch and learned. As they approached, Julian overheard fragments of the conversation between Du Jun and Castle. Castle was offering Du Jun a golden opportunity, presenting him with a proposal that could significantly impact his standing. Julian's mind raced, pondering the implications of their discussion, even imagining if they could be considering a future together, like a husband and wife. Her thoughts swirled as she tried to interpret the dynamic between them. Eventually, Du Jun and Castle concluded their private discussion and began to move apart. Castle turned back, stating softly, "I will wait for your answer. You can contact me anytime." Du Jun nodded in agreement, replying, "I will consider it." Julian remained lost in her thoughts, analyzing the interaction. She observed Du Jun's stoic face contrasted with Castle's radiant smile, emblematic of her world-class beauty. Her curiosity grew, imagining what might unfold between them. The scene shifted as Du Jun approached Castle again, asking a favor. He requested an invitation to the upcoming gold market event. Castle, amused, granted permission freely but added one condition. You must visit my house 1 week before the event begins, she said with a teasing smile. Julian's mind filled with strange, speculative thoughts, questioning whether Castle intended to bring Du-jun closer in ways beyond professional matters. Du-jun, silent as ever, remained thoughtful, and the room's atmosphere grew dense with tension. Castle noticed Julian's downcast expression and intuitively understood that Du-jun's indecision was influencing her mood. She assured him that she would wait, giving him time to consider. Simultaneously, she used her phone to grant Du-jun VIP membership for the gold market, an exclusive benefit far surpassing the standard one-time invitation. Du-jun was momentarily shocked, staring at his phone in disbelief. Julian, curious about the sudden favor, pondered when and how the two had exchanged numbers. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Kang Young-pyo approached, commenting on the unusual gathering of world-class Korean and American beauties. He attempted to belittle Du-jun by stating, "Your hands seem to have talented followers. You must feel as if the world is in your grasp, right?" The remark, fueled by envy, revealed Kang Young-pyo's simmering desire to find an opportunity to confront Du-jun. His gaze lingered on Julian, but witnessing the two top beauties alongside Du-jun intensified his jealousy and strategic scheming. Julian recognized immediately that Kang Young-pyo had come with intentions of causing trouble. Kang Young-pyo continued, redirecting the attention toward Du-jun. He said there was no need to worry, attempting to mask his envy with a false smile. "I simply came to introduce you to an old friend." He gestured toward Takashi, whose arm was still bandaged. Du-jun, Julian, and Young-in-ju exchanged glances, considering what maneuver Kang Young-pyo might attempt next.